Okay, this is a little bit. Uh, I had to patch this up afterwards. So sorry if I'm jumping back and forth, but I'll try to paste it in the lecture someplace where it's supposed to be. But I just needed to show you this because not only to show you that there is no like coincidences, but also to show you that the Bible is literally true. You see? It's not just making these things up. Remember, we've been talking about Benjamin becoming the so called rowing kings or the fisher kings. Remember, we talked about them being left handed. And then I saw something on YouTube, something silly like from Destiny's Child or something. And I'm like, yeah, I remember her name is Roland. Okay. I'm like, okay, I better check. And yes, surely she is left-handed. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, there's just too many coincidences. What's her name? J.K. Rowling, left-handed. Lisa Kudrow, left-handed. Kelly Rowland, left-handed. I grew up with a Benjamin who has the name Rowe in his last name, left-handed. Judges 2016. Among all these people were 700 chosen men left-handed. This is a signature of that tribe, you see? So these people all have origins in that same tribe. So these are not separate. They share ancestry, you see? But you are separating yourselves from your own family. And then you're joining other tribes based on your skin tone. So she would be like with Destiny's Child, right? With like, what's her name? Michelle something, and of course, that famous girl, Beyonce, right? And you will all be like, oh yeah, that's they belong to the same tribe. No, they don't. They don't share ancestry. They just happen to share some tones. And that doesn't mean you can do your, black thing. I'm not, that's not the point. Do your thing. But I'm telling you, you don't have all have the same ancestry. So-called black people don't all have the same ancestry. That's such a stupid, unsophisticated thing to perceive. Uh, and it sounds so stupid to have having to mention it, right? But the academy does it. The academics, they do it. You still keep entertaining these silly ideas. But anyway, so I mean, the Bible is true. The Bible is not just making stuff up; it's true. Okay, and remember the movie Braveheart. Remember when William is a young boy, and remember this scene where they are throwing rocks. It's like a sub story within the story that he's like extremely good with precision, more specifically in the context of throwing rocks. And remember, and he's left-handed. The boy is left-handed. They're famously left-handed, famously good at slinging stones. You see? I remember his friend that he grows up with. His name is Hamish. That means ham people. The appellation Hamitic was applied to the Berber Cushitic, and Egyptian branches of the Afro-Asiatic language family, which together with the Semitic branch was formerly labeled Hamito-Semitic. You see, this is the same family tree. It's just they are missing from the picture because they have been deemed black now and been bundled together. You see, I'm telling you, within every tribe of the Israelites, there are so-called black people. Within every tribe. So you need to like change your perspective on things. So the question is once again, why is it that it's specifically so-called redheads being so-called redheads and the occasional like strawberry blonde that is replaced? You don't understand. You're doing it to your own. You see? They're having you doing it to your own. You are betraying your own kind. So they need to have the so-called goy fighting among themselves. Because guess what? The goy has the blood of Christ. Anyway, I thought this was really important to show that you need to see beyond how we look, because some people share ancestry regardless of where they are, on what side of this border they are, so to speak. Okay, this is a little bit deep. I don't know if I should have put it here because I feel like I have to explain it. But if you remember Jacob, what's the sort of core takeaway from Jacob? Well, it's of course the ladder that he has leaning against the stone that is next to his head, which is basically, or more correctly, when he sleeps with his head against the stone, he sees a ladder that is basically leaning against the sun. That is what is implied. And if you remember, uh, the Scots, the ancient Scots, they always chose their king on the stone of Scone. Scone is, of course, not only the name for basically the entire south of Sweden, but it also means shine, the stone of shine, or shin, as in the Hebrew shin. And the stone of shine is obviously the sun, or the stone of sin, the stone of light. You see? Mm. So if you have the stone of sin or the stone of light on one hand, and then you relate to John or the moon on the other side, Jesus would then be a sort of suspended ontology between the sun and the moon. The reason being is because remember Eve, she bites the apple, right? But Mary, she gives birth to Jesus without biting the apple. So she redeems that sin. But Jesus, on the other hand, he says, eat from me. Eat from me as if I am the apple. As a sort of antidote, you see, to our present age, which correlates intimately with how your mind eats white people substance. You must understand that. The reason why Jesus is a white boy, because he's forgiving that sin, or he took on that sin. He also took on the sin of eating from light. Because why would you need knowledge from within an unbroken whole if you are the embodiment of it? You see? So we always separate within an unbroken whole and produce smaller local realities, which sort of quantum physics is talking about if you study it. But in order to do that, you need to uh, you need to define the true function of something. So the definition of true function has a recursive effect, which means that the moment somebody defines whiteness, the true function of it, we will create a small heavenly world, a recursive local world, which our ancestors already done it. Don't get me wrong, you don't have to do it. As Jesus told you, my father has many rooms in his mansion. So there are literal sociologies standing waiting. And they're not in front of us in that sense, they're always in our past. If you're looking at it through a quantum lens, which means that they're here in the presence. They're here in your own relationship to yourself. They're sort of here present in your meta relation. I know it sounds a bit abstract and wild, but the reason why you cannot see them is because you keep starting to reflect on yourself from something outside of yourself, which is a contradiction because nothing that can reference yourself is outside of yourself, you see? But anyway, so remember Eve, she ate of the apple, Mary did not eat of the apple, and she gave birth to Jesus, and he says, eat of me. So if you eat of Jesus, you're basically suspended between the fall and the redemption. So you end up as a sort of moon or satellite around him. And remember, Jacob is the allegory of the sun, and John is of the moon. So in John, we therefore read, I affirm light, and I deny not. So you affirm and you double negate. You see? You do not singularly negate, because if you singularly negate, like so-called black people are doing with so-called white people, so-called non-white people are doing to so-called white people, or so-called feminists are doing to so-called patriarchs, or whatever the culture or expression of it or manifestation of it might be, if you metaphysically negate once, you are dependent on a host body, you see, which means that you are performing the pathology of a cancer. You're living in the shadow of a physical thing, and you don't want to live there because in that shadow everything becomes backwards, for the simple reason that you initiate the flow of knowledge from things in your mind through a negation of the thing that gives you knowledge. You see? Not only that, but if you take a look at an object, whatever it might be, and you say that object gives me knowledge about who I am, and then you negate that object, that means not only that you have a form of substance, a source of substance outside of yourself that produces your perception of self, that have to embody the past, you see? Because everything that causes you to perceive is in your past, which means that everything you meet into your future is a sort of contingent, fragmented flow of past things. So, which means that you're literally regressing through all your relationships. Why do you think the world is going backwards into darkness? People can fucking hardly read anymore. The people that, like that guy who's supposed to be your history teacher, he's an idiot. He can hardly write. The authors of today, they can hardly write. They can't teach. They are not clever, you see? Because light is slipping away. They are regressing. But the point I'm trying to make is that if you embody materialism, you relate to things through the lens of materialism, the uh, the whole semantic situation becomes inverted and you end up in a matrix where things mean the opposite. That's why you call white people white and black people black, even though black means pale. That's why you have you have people. Sorry. That's why you have people. Wait. You'll have people preaching equality and love that are at the same time separating and performing hate. Right. You'll have these people, they're like love, this everything is love, and then they are violent and hateful. Therefore, you have people who say people who are extremely racist against white people based on the premise that they are oppressed by racism themselves. You see? You have racist, anti-racist. Because everything becomes inverted. But anyway, uh, you can read more about this in my some of my texts where I break it down more. If you're in, I mean, that's if you're a metaphysics geek like me, then you can read that. This is a movie I really recommend. I've seen this movie like 5 times. I really like it. It's a great movie and it has a deep message. It's about this guy who is his name is Ray McBride, and then you instantly know. We're talking about race, and we're also talking about as in rays from the sun. And then we're also talking about his name is MacBride, and if you study like Celtic and Gaelic languages, then you would know that Mac and Irish languages, of course, you would know that Mac means bride. So it's really redundant. His name is Bride, which shows you that he might be the embodiment of the bridegroom. But there's a key scene in this movie that's so important. It's so important, and when he said this, because this guy, the plot is basically he has to go to Neptune to either save or kill his father, because the father wants to destroy Earth, which is basically the father in heaven. And because the father in heaven is like done with everything. He and the reason why we are not all dead is because of there are beings that are sort of wrestle with God and like try to convince God, please give them another chance. But in a way, so he goes to the moon because there's a base on the moon, and then he meets this guy. And this guy, they're talking about going to the far side of the moon. And this guy says, it is really black on the far side of the moon because he's talking about himself. He is on the far side of the moon because he negates the moon. Okay? So he puts himself on the far side of the moon. He's supposed to be here in the position of the sun, in the position of day, and here's the night or the moon. You see? So he's talking about himself because he is, and so-called black people are stuck on the far side of the moon. How do you become black? Through negation of white, the moon, so you can't get around it. You can walk through that door and get to the Father. You see? So he's stuck in the same cave that Jesus was buried in, behind the boulder, behind an eclipsed sun. And this happens in your mind if you relate to things in a materialist way. This also happens with your everyday relationships to things in your mind. Because if you say that everything is matter and that you observe yourself as only matter, then you have to relate to the concept of self through the negation of other material things, which means that the epistemic flow, the flow of light from things, becomes inverted, becomes a black light. I told you this. Anyway, so this is the day and this is the night. And I heard some so-called American Indian, who, everybody's trying to position themselves together against the so-called white man right now. So everybody else are kissing each other's ass, right? And I heard a so-called American Indian, he was like, "Yeah, we call them the night because they are black." Uh, that's how clueless people are. Um, and this is what you get when you keep looking outside yours. Why are you turning to so-called American Indians for wisdom? Just because they look exotic? What makes you think that they are elevated intellectually or perceptually? Because you're looking outside of yourself. Anyway, but I mean, we do the same things. I mean, we like the Nordic people, they also like look towards like Buddhists or look towards, and that's fine. You should study all cultures and listen to everybody. But I mean, don't think just because somebody seems exotic that they have all the answers. No. Because this is not night. He was wrong. He was completely wrong. This is not night. This is day. That's the reason why they don't show at night, because the day does not show at night. But the night shows at night. The moon shows. You see? The pale green moon shows. The wolf shows that howls at the moon. The wolf that howls at the moon, at the reflective object in heaven, for he yearns to be domesticated. He yearns to be a dog, basically. But that's inside of all of us because the moment we start to reflect, the moment we have a moon inside of us and we reflect on an object, we can build houses and we can domesticate ourselves. But in a way, I digress. The point I'm trying to make is this is day, this is night. This is not night just because they have brown skin. The reason why we can't see them at night is because you cannot see the day at night. You see? And if you think about it, they can almost become so pale that you cannot see them if the curtains of Solomon are on them. But hey, what do I know, right? Uh, yeah, so this is the outline, the Egyptian prophecy of Jesus' death and resurrection. This is the grave of Jesus, and these are the 14 generations. Uh, and this is the whole point with Morpheus. Remember Matrix? We'll talk more about the Matrix eventually. Um, but that's the whole point. He has to morph in order to pay for our sins because we put whiteness outside of us. You see? So he has to morph and go there. He have to go wherever you put substance, you see? And then you invent a cell phone, and then what? The people of Christ show up there too as well, right? Because remember in the Old Testament, the Israelites, they always conquer places. You see, they conquer antagonistic places. Anyway, this is the importance with the word vik, as in Viking. It means fold. People don't know this because they're clueless. They don't look within. Uh, so the Vikings, they are basically from the, as I showed you, they're from the Afro-Asiatic family tree, but they become so pale that they can fold, become a ring king when you start to signify substance from the from flesh, basically. This is when Jesus descends into hell, and he rises as the king of the underground, basically. And this is, of course, Mary Magdalene and Mary the Virgin, or Isis, and Nephthys, Virgo, Scorpio, Libra, Taurus, you see? And yeah, I was going to talk about something else, but I can't remember. The Messiah, anyway. Because remember, receiving knowledge about self from an exogenous source, which is, first of all, a performative self-contradiction, because the initiation knowledge or knowledge of self begins outside of oneself by choice. You have to choose that, you see. When you receive your information from the outside, you become alien to yourself. Remember, the first scene of the Alien movie is a projection of information against the head or the helmet. Uh, so you're literally doing this right now. If you're watching this on a device, you are doing this. And if you watch too much stuff on the device, you become alien to reality. Why do you think so many young people are completely messed up from social media and just consuming information from the outside? That preaches to them that they are separate, you see. But you see, Jesus, he just by being himself and being born from a virgin, he surpasses this. Because remember, Mary gives birth to everything without knowing a man. And she gives birth to Emmanuel, which means with God. But in a way, these are not new things. And there's a reason why this looks like a hand, and the reason why you keep your phone in your hand. And then an alien life form is born from you, an alien life form that uses you as its host. Anyway, this is not new. This is Akhenaten. He shows you that the moment you define the true function of light, it creates smaller worlds. And this looks awfully a lot like cell phones they're holding. You see, I think this is supposed to be manna, or perhaps maybe monoatomic gold. I don't really know. Loaves of bread made by a particular substance, but I don't know. I'm speculating. Uh, but anyway, they show you the hands coming down from the sun. So the thing is, if you use Jesus in this function, remember Jesus said, "Eat from me." It's because Mary overrides the chronology, you see? Because if you relate to the sun like this, like an Ethiopian or a Gothic person, you become suspended to the sun, of course. You have to be in light all the time. If the sun is what produces your substance. But Mary says she has not known a man before giving birth to Emmanuel, which sort of unlocks her. So this is how it is to be with a ball or a master. You have to always be in their affirmation of you. But if you're with a groom, if this is Jesus, he will of course set you free. He'll be like, "No, you're free." Y- You see? I remember Genesis begins the story of when you put substance outside of your mind. That is why the Bible shows up as an antidote, as the embodiment of that. It's referencing itself in a way. Uh, but anyway, remember also it is Egypt that baptizes the Messiah, not Israel, because Peter is Egypt. I remember it's Peter that says, "You are the Messiah." But Jesus is also, and this is a bit deep, and I know these stories by heart a little bit, its own weird way. But the reason why Jesus is a bit mad at Egypt or Peter is because Egypt wanted to use Jesus as his son, the same function, because of his pale skin as a so-called white boy. Remember that depiction with the umbrella and the baby under it, which would mean that Jesus would have been a sort of god to them, like a sort of absolute totalitarian object that whose light has to fall towards people. So he's like, "You're causing the falling of me, just like sun falls down." Uh, because you're not thinking of the things of God, but the things of humans, because they wanted to use him to rule. And remember the devil, who is this is okay. I'm gonna hurt some feelings now, but the the story of Jesus in the desert, and the devil offering him the world. That's his mom. That's his mom, who basically went, you're about to inherit these places. Why are you letting go of this? And they were like, yeah, if you fall down, if you become a falling agent, if you fall down like light, like a falling angel. And he's like, no, it's not worth it. Because Jesus could foresee things. He could see that the extension of this, which is basically the European royal houses of today, and basically all the royal houses, even like Selassie in Ethiopia and all of them, he could see that they would become corrupt, because they would eventually move away from God and they crumble. So he said no to that because he could see it. But anyway, moving on, read that. And I told you they tried to Egypt wanted to use Jesus to rule in the same function as the sun. And remember, the all of the trees of Eden. So remember, Jesus is a tree of sorts, and they reference Lebanon, which always means a white moon, or Lebna. You need to pay attention to these things because we're talking about the physical appearance of Jesus. And remember, the people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. So they're talking about the people who dwell in the shadow of death, which is the materialist traditions, because how they relate to knowledge, which is, yeah, symbolic. Originally, materialism, I think, has Egyptian roots, but it's also very much from Asia, coming into cultures of like Italy, like Venice, and the so-called black uh, nobility of Italy. But that doesn't mean that they have brown skin. It just means that they serve uh, darkness, or that's what they claim, I suppose. So this is basically this depiction is basically Jesus when he's led in through the cave. So this is the inside of the cave when the Egyptians conceptualize it, and we are inside here, inside of this cave, or the world is. I mean, you don't have to individually be there, but the world is because it's based on a materialist premise. So Jesus can hold the door open as long as Jesus is in the white flesh. He can hold the door open for a while, but then it will close indefinitely. You will have to meet God that way in the complete absence of relativity and light stuff. So yeah, and this all happens in your mind. Remember the Green Mile? Remember how he has to walk the Green Mile and then he goes to the electric chair where he dies. Of course, he's not resurrected. JC or John Coffey. Uh, but this is the same story. And this is an inverted version of how it originally was, because now he's a black man. They are white girls. But originally he was the white man, and these are the black girls, just like the little girl in Man on Fire, remember? Mary Magdalene? Because parts of Jesus' family was, so-called white people. But it's inverted now because now he's not considered white anymore. So now this has to be a white man saving the so-called black girls. And it's of course these two sisters. So this is the birth chart of the Messiah as the Egyptians conceptualized it. The 14 generations described in the Bible. Here you have Gemini, ruled by Mercury, which is the messenger. Here we have the origins of the Messiah. The reason why it's a crocodile is probably because the crocodiles don't die. They die from like starvation or sickness, but crocodile doesn't have really I mean, from an outside observation, it seems like crocodiles have no biological uh, ending in their cells. Of course, they probably do, but I mean, symbolically. Here we have the Taurus. You remember, even in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Aleph oversees the scales. Here with Libra, Virgo, Scorpio. Remember the Book of Hiram, the early Jewish roots always are surfaced around, always centered around Venus, because Venus rules Libra and Taurus, or the Alpha and Omega, which is other words, Venus rules the constellations that Jesus is reincarnated into, together with Mercury. And even the name Jerusalem has Venus in it. So yeah, you can get this book. It's a pretty interesting book about the Phoenician that built the Jewish temple. Remember the Alpha and Omega, the Taurus and the Libra, both ruled by Venus. Uh, so the story of Morpheus and Neo is basically how Morpheus morphs into Neo in order to go into the Matrix, to rise from the dead. That is why, because Morpheus he's not interpreted as white, and we have to take back whiteness in order to unlock it again, because that is our ancestral lands, our ancestral identity. There's literally Canaan. Canaan literally means white. Anyway, uh, the point I'm trying to make is, remember, Morpheus saves Neo and Neo saves Morpheus. So they're never separated. Three crowns, three variations of whiteness. We talked about this. Or if we haven't, we will. Uh, Remember this. So so-called white people can be white in all three. So-called black people of today, they cannot be white in hell, which is a good thing, because that's means that you're in an unnatural state, but means that you're bound to the people of your family tree that are considered white. But that's why Jesus has to descend through all of these forms of whiteness into the last one in order to unlock them. You see? Remember the Aquaman story? The structure of that story? It's important. This is, of course, the Bull of Eden, or the Boss Eden, Poseidon. The fork is a reference to Levites. Water is always reference to heaven. So his mom comes from heaven. Remember, just like the Ethiopian princess from Egypt came to Ireland, she comes. And remember, he's Maori, and in Sweden, the Nordics, we have Maure or Märing, and they sort of look like. He even looks sort of like, but he looks slightly more Asian. So they can't tell you like straight away, but this takes place in the Nordics, uh, but they can't tell you straight out, really, I suppose. But an important point is, in his breakout role, I think it's called Once Were Warriors. It's called. He plays he plays the exact same structure. He plays a guy that comes from like a warrior caste of his people, and he's married to a woman that has comes from a royal caste, which is the old royal Egyptian Jewish roots that went all over the place. Of course, in that movie, he plays a bad character that's a alcoholic and abusive, but that's not the point. The point is the structure. It's the same as Aquaman. Remember Highlander? It's about an Egyptian Moor going to Scotland to teach the chosen one, or MacLeod. Uh, which is of course Jesus, the one. And remember the Scots, they wear kilts, uh, which is an Egyptian thing. But also the pattern is known as Tatar, which shows you that it also has influences from Asia via Persia, because this is some sort of weird like blend mix of a people from northwest China. You remember I talked about the Alan people via Persia into Europe. Remember the one of the forefathers of the Stuarts, which are famously Scottish royalty. His name was Fitzalan. So these are a result of Egyptian and marrying into uh, Asian and Persian and subsequently European. Remember Tia Tefi? Remember Tia Tefi? She was known as Skotta, which means she's a sprout, uh, and it also means she's Ethiopian, and she's a princess of the pharaohs, which means that, but she still had the title queen, which means that she's Hebrew, okay? Because the pharaohs are not queens. And she went and founded Irish Scota, which is basically Ireland. But as you can tell here, she is a pale woman. But you can also tell that she has a massive afro because there are white Ethiopians, you see? And if she's a sprout, that means she might be a part of another people, you see? She might be mixed. She might be sprouting off. She might be like Vanessa Williams or like somebody like that. But she would have brought with her, of course, a bunch of so-called black people that belong to her people. Remember, Tia comes from Ataya, that's Ethiopian, and you can tell she looks awfully Ethiopian. Uh, and both of these are Tia, but these are not the same person. So you see, because it's not a name, it's a title. So you need to pay attention. And let's say this is my crude illustration to get you to understand. If she embodies the people, all of them, and Skota is a part of that people, but she's like pale, she's on the outskirts uh, of that people. She can turn around and sprout, and this is where this comes from. But when she does this, when she turns around and sprouts, she becomes like a moon that eclipses the sun. She can then say, I am the creator, or I am God, because everything comes from me. So she can oppose it. She can become like a Satan. You see? I'm not saying that this is what she was. I'm just trying to make you understand. And this is and basically she can fold and turn around and she can say, yeah, whiteness comes from my skin. And then this becomes black, the history. See, these things are a bit deep and delicate, but once you get a grip of it, you understand that the reason why history is rewritten is because of very subtle metaphysical mechanisms, and then it just unfolds. That's why there's no like huge formal conspiracies. No, you don't need to. If you just flip a switch in the minds of people, they will rewrite themselves out of history. You see? And remember, this is from the 1200s in Sweden. They went there. Anyway, but it goes even furthermore. It's not just from Africa. You have to stop being so Afrocentric, um, because T in Tie or Eteie is originally Sumeria, and the word Ninti means the Lady of the Rib. This is the origins of Eve. You see, the tradition of Eve, the traditions of the sinners, and the word T in Hebrew means rib, Sela. It begins the name rib. Sorry, Sela. It also means feminine side. So, well, for instance, when Eve is made from the feminine side of Adam, that means that's what you're doing now because you're looking at the male form and you're negating it. If you're a woman, you're looking at the male form. In your mind, you're going, I'm not that. I'm not male. That is why women are so eager to enhance their features if they're stuck in that. Because everything they are is that which the man is not. And the man doesn't have big boobs and big butts, you know? And stuff like that. So, so they try to, the girls that are stuck in the body, they try to show that off because that is sort of how their their female subject emerges, you see, on a very basic level of perception. But anyway, so even if you're like Afrocentric, you understand that this comes from Sumeria originally into places like the Arabic Peninsula or so-called Arabic Peninsula because it's been colonized by Arabs, but as it was in the beginning, and then into Ethiopia and Egypt. Uh, and this is from Irish mythology, the Tuatha De Danann uh, basically means the people of the goddess Danu. And whenever you look at these words, you need to understand that they are intimately related. I remember Ireland was founded by an Ethiopian princess, so you need to pay attention to those things. This is a little bit about the word tea in the word in the Hebrew, so you can sort of study in order to get a a clear view of the reason why tea is in tie or in tea or in ninti or in tsela. Remember Jeremiah 13:23? They are telling you, they're not saying Ethiopians cannot change skin. They're saying it so obviously that this was common knowledge. They're saying like, yeah, but I mean, if the Ethiopian can change his skin, why can't you do good? I remember the tribe of Miriam was white as snow. They were pale. And she's related to Aaron and Moses. She's the sister of them, which means she is the Levitic blood. So remember the Levites, the Levitic blood went to the Nordics. Remember? Uh, anyway, and the word Scot means sprout. In Hebrew, that's Nazar. So these are Nazarenes. You see, Scotland literally means Nazarene land, or Irish Scotia literally means Irish Nazareth. Why do you think the Muslims are there? Why do you think the Muslims are so eager to colonize the British Isles? Why do you think there's a Muslim man in the Congress or the Parliament of Scotland, or so-called Nazareth, pointing out white people and being racist to white people? That's what's happening in the spirit realm. Is he's pointing out and trying to conquer the tradition of the Nazarenes or the Ethiopians, you see, which is the foundation of Christianity. Remember, the Nordics is known as Terra Feminarum, or the island of women, which is the origin of this word, Nizar. Why do you think the Muslims are there? Why do you think there's so much evil, implicit evil going on in Sweden? Why do you think people like Greta Thunberg comes from there? What is being produced in Sweden? Anyway, remember Tron? He goes into the Matrix and he gets new clothes. And he gets them from these two, because Ethiopians are two races. They can change skin. His name is Hedlund, which is literally Swedish, but the word Hed is Ethiopian. It means Judah in Amharic, and also means more in English. So there you have it. You have Sweden, you have Ethiopia, you have Judah, and you have more. So his name would then mean Judah Meadow, or Judah Medev, as in the Egyptian language. In other words, the word goes into the matrix because Medev means the word. So the word, or Jesus, goes into the matrix, gets flesh. The word goes into the flesh. The word goes into the flesh, the matrix. He gets new clothes. He gets his clothes from these two, but he has to come in the form of them because he has to embody whiteness so he can unlock them and raise them from the dead, from their black death. Can't you see? Because they cannot do it from the outside because they're considered black. He has to do it from within whiteness because darkness does not comprehend light. Darkness is a negation of light. That does not mean that they embody the darkness. No, on the contrary, they embody the light. But they are stuck in their own trap. So he has to come in and redeem them as white. But he cannot do that from outside of whiteness. He has to change clothes. Morpheus has to change clothes. He has to morph. The word becomes flesh. Jesus is white light. He's spirit. The word becomes flesh. The flesh does not become word. So he has to pay for your sins. Anyway, if you don't get it, I don't know how many how I can, how many more ways I can say it. But anyway, same goes for, anyway, that's why this guy shows up in this movie. Four brothers. They literally tell you these are not Africans, these are Nordic and French people. His name is even Tyrese. That's a Nordic name. That's a name you get if you perform well on the battlefield. You would get the name Tyrese or Tyr is because you are like Tyr, the warrior god. Okay? Well, but hey, what do I know, right? His last name is Wahlberg. If your name is Wahlberg and you come from Europe, that means that you're a foreigner because Val means foreigner. You're an immigrant there. They migrated. They're Hebrews. You see, his name is something French. I think this is the guy from Outcast. I think his name is Andre, maybe, which is French. These are not Africans. These are Europeans. Anyway, and his name is Ethiopian and Swedish because, as I've shown you, he also shows you what tradition they founded together. These are the founders of the Christian and Catholic faith, and they are also partly Asian, you see. This is an Afro-Asiatic family tree. But the people that talk about these things in America that look like this, they are also like indignated and racist and like bitter and stuff. So they refuse to acknowledge it. Only those that are like balanced and that are brave and have some heart and soul, they know these things. But anyway, the same story in Jason Bourne of how the son of Jah is born. Remember, they found him in the water. That is Virgo. He's found in Mary, and they pull him out and they cut off his clothes, his black clothes. They cut off his skin, his dark skin, and under that skin is a new skin, pale skin. Remember, he doesn't remember anything, and he has to figure stuff out. Anyway, remember this movie because it's the Phoenician guy or the Egyptian gypsy guy, because Kal means he's gypsy, that has to rebuild the White Temple. He has to bring the memory back. Remember? Because he starts to remember after a while. And that's a Phoenician guy. Remember, I mentioned that book about Hiram. And the Phoenicians, their main port was Scandia. That's Scandinavia. Okay? You remember, his name is Branch, which means he's a sprout. He's not the main core of the family. He's a sprout. He's on the outside. He's the cornerstone that that family didn't want. You see, because y'all erase it. Anyway, uh, and remember Ryan Gosling, his first movie, he's a Jew that's pretending to not be a Jew. And in this latest movie called something with Mary, Project Hail Mary, I think. It ends with him teaching the Hebrews or the aliens, the foreigners, people that are alien to themselves, which take the form of some like small, cute aliens. I don't really watch this show, but this popped up on YouTube, so I thought I'd show it. This is like a guy who's like he's overly Jewish, right? He's like stereotypically Jewish in modern days. And he's like to his lawyer, he's like, "You're Jewish." He's like, "No, I'm Swedish." He's like, Wait, you're Jewish, right?" He's like, "No, I'm Swedish." So they're telling you that no, we are not considered Jewish anymore. We're Swedish. Anyway, so there's a reason why there's always two characters in prison or Matrix themes films. So we'll talk a bit about that. So back one moment. There's a reason why there's always two characters in prison Matrix themed films, and of course the metaphor of the prison and the Matrix are the same. A matrix is a sort of prison of the mind, so a literal prison would be the manifestation of a mental matrix. But you can also have, of course, a metaphysical matrix, which is the one that we're in right now, with so-called black and white people, which is a semantic matrix, basically, that produces metaphysical results. I don't know if you remember Jesus going in one of the apocryphal texts. He goes, "A spirit produces the flesh, but if flesh um, can produce spirit, then that is like so." I can't remember exactly what he says, but it's clear he's talking about He's talking in meta terms. She's talking about something that references itself and produces a spirit, which is exactly what's going on today. But anyway, let's go through these. And if you think that this is silly, that movies are just movies and whatever, you have to understand that a movie has the exact same structure as a dream. So a dream, for instance, only happens in your head, right? And then you wake up and then the world, ensues. But a movie has the exact same structure, except, you're watching it outside of yourself, basically. But they are nonetheless the same, and films and art in general tend to come from the subconscious aspect of artists. So they are not always aware of what they are producing, but um, they nonetheless produce things that can be interpreted quite simple, quite simply, quite simple. Um, and it's also good that people don't take it seriously because then we get rid of all the vain academics. Anyway, let's take a look at this. The Matrix, which is literally about them blocking out the sun, remember? So Morpheus has to morph into Neo. Of course, the matrix, you can break it down even further. The matrix, the sort of ontological structure and the topology of the matrix is inverted. So that means that the matrix we live in, that we need to leave, is the equivalence of Zion in the movie. So in the movie, so Zion is a state of poverty and lack. Um, which comes about when you end up in a materialist matrix, because in a materialist matrix, you always synthesize your observation of yourself as a nothingness, something that lacks. But anyway, the important thing about this movie is that they blocked out the sun. Remember? Morpheus has to morph into Neo, which is the new version of him, in order for him to match the semantics of being white, so they can eat from his flesh. And he's obviously a derivation of Jesus. The same in Shawshank Redemption, and I know the Stephen King book originally read is like a ginger Irish man, But remember the Irish. Remember that Scot that came there. Anyway, so the point with Shawshank Redemption, the movie, when we can see it like this, is that both of these are white. It's just that he's been written out of his Morgan Freeman has been written out of his white identity. So all of it befalls Andy. So that's why he is symbolized by an illiterate man that hasn't been introduced to literature or music or any of the high arts, even though he is one of the fathers of all of those high white arts. But, he's been in prison all his life. So, because he's been black all his life. So he's always been outside of his own culture that he founded. But you see, our ancestors knew about this, so everything befalls Andy, of course, and he has to literally crawl through shit in order to be reborn, free again, which is basically what the white man is going through now. I mean, we are all going through, we have to wade through shit in this world. Everybody's coming at us. Everybody is openly racist against white people. I mean, there was a Muslim man in the Scottish Parliament who is literally openly racist against white people. I mean, at least be honest with about that. So he has to walk the Golgotha basically and keep all of their combined traditions alive so he can get to the island, to the paradise. Remember that they get to an island. I think is it called like Siwatanehu or something. But anyway, um, the point is that white people are the ones that are holding on to our combined ancient cultures so that we can once again bring back the rest of our family tree. Because he, as opposed to what you think, he is a part of the Afro-Asiatic family tree. I mean, you say that no, these are their own. No, these so-called white people, and he plays a French descendant. They come from the Hamitic Semitic family tree, which is the same as him. So, I mean, these two have been friends for ages. I mean, these two were friends, have fought together in Africa. They fought together in Europe. They conquered the Nordics together, and then they went to America. He fought to make sure that he could not be portrayed as a slave, and yeah, they keep. I know a bunch of you don't like to hear that, but understand that these two are fighting against you. So, and these ones, they don't care if you look like that. Just as we don't care if you look like this. We only care about righteous people. But anyway, that's the whole point with that movie because he's still considered white, so he can get out. The 13th Floor is about a also a Matrix movie, and you remember the driver from Heat? He plays like a police officer, and they usually play policing aspects because they are policing sort of the intersections of worlds, spiritual worlds. That is why I know the sort of indignated and crybaby people that have low confidence and internalize everything. They would say, "Oh, it's racist that so-called black people had to like operate the elevators and be doormans and janitors and stuff." But if you think about it, what is God telling you symbolically? Why is He opening doors? Why is He operating uh, the uh, the thing that goes up and down? Why is He the Gen Etor? You need to pay attention. Anyway, in this movie, um, it's worth watching. And it's also worth watching because they tell you straight out how to keep you trapped in a matrix. Because the matrix that they produce, that they later escape, is it something that is a regression to a time period prior to the ability to produce a matrix. The same goes for the movie The Matrix. So they always keep you in this sort of event horizon, just prior to singularity. Because in this movie, they're like in the 1930s, maybe, which is obviously a time where they haven't invented computers. So if you're stuck in that time, you can't invent a computer to get out of the matrix, you see, which is important. Free guy or free goy, exactly the same as the Matrix. He walks around, he can see all the metaphysics, he can see the code. Remember Neo, he can see the green code. He can see all the bunches, all the stuff that is taking place. Like, uh, I think it's like a computer game or something. Once again, he is there as his friend in a policing agency. And this is extremely relevant because, one, it has to do with the uniform. Because his skin is a uniform. And his skin is the blue uniform. So the reason why he is in a policing state is because I suppose if we are all together, then what contrasts us acts as a perceptual police. And it can also have to do with his original function. But in this movie, remember, this is extremely important because he's a goy, he's not Jewish, and the people that are guarding the whole thing, they are like, "Hey, blue shirt," which is a reference to his skin. They're like, "Blue shirt, how did you change your skin?" And he's like, "I always had this skin." So they're saying basically, "Hey, black boy, how did you become a white boy?" And he's like, "What do you mean? I've always had this." They're basically saying, "Hey, Jewish man, how did you become a goy and not and still have access to this world?" You see? So when they're talking, when they are yelling out, "Hey, blue skin" to him, they are yelling out, "Hey, Negro, how did you become pale?" Okay, I'm sorry, uh, I sound so harsh. I need you to understand this and wake up. And where do they go eventually? They go to an island, right? So this is the same. It's Morgan Freeman and Tim Robbins. What's his name? Yeah. They live, remember? So this movie is like a B movie, but it's pretty good. Uh, anyway, it's one of those American like 90s B movies, which is basically all of a sudden they can see what it is that uh, controls the world. Which is relevant because all of these movies are really about seeing, 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 seeing. I mean, he sees what it is that the system. Remember, he tricks the system so he can see it. He can see a way out. Seeing, remember, he all of a sudden he can see the code. So these are all about seeing when they add a pair of sunglasses. So this is basically, these movies are inverted. This would basically be them taking off their sunglasses in reality and stop blocking the sun. Alcatraz, remember, tells you basically straight out because he's the of course informal boss of that place, and he's the one that's getting out. Ironically, I think this is a true story, and a few of them boys that got out, they had names like Murphy or something like that. Which, remember, these are both Moors originally. His name is even Eastwood, which means that he's Ethiopian. And you can tell, I mean, you remember the how the Quran always talks shit about Ethiopians, and one of the times it's like, yeah, they're wrinkly. That's them. And no, because my grandma, on my father's side, she has wrinkles on wrinkles. So, which is like a standing gag in my family. But anyway, the same dynamic. In prison, he gets out, but that doesn't mean that he gets left behind. It's just like this entire family tree, they like threw the ball to him and went like, "You're it." But I mean, they are both in charge of this plan because it's a plan of warfare. Full Metal Jacket, extremely important scene. If you remember, the drill sergeant. First of all, this place like boot camp. That's a matrix. It is also a prison. That's a place where you have to go in. You have to leave everything behind. You get a new substitute god, which is him, and you have to adhere by those strict rules in that sort of local reality. Otherwise, you're in trouble. And this, there is an extremely important scene where he's like, first of all, he named him Private Snowball, which sounds like a simple, uh, ironic, racist joke since he's brown skinned. But God is also telling us things that he calls him Snowball because he has Nordic origins. It's not like a gag, like, hey, yeah, you're African bushman that never seen snow. No, that's not what they're saying. But anyway, he tells Private Snowball, you're up. You're not in charge anymore. And then he hands it over to Matthew Modine. And if you know something about something, then you would know that Modine is intimately related to Mary Magdalene because, like, I think it's like first or second generation after Jesus and Mary Magdalene, these families have the name Modine. And you can trace that because these family bloodlines are available. So that means that he's related. He is of the bloodline of Christ. And Modine is a name that you find in France and in Sweden. So he's in charge now, and he's out. And he, of course, is Private Joker because he's like a joke. Like, where did he come from? He's like the Joker in the deck. Yeah, okay, here we have it. Matthew Modine, uh, directly from Mary Magdalene, Jewish French that married with the Royal Nordic Hamites or the Vikings. And there's a scene when he's like, "Do you believe in the Virgin Mary, Private?" And he says, "Negative, sir." In other words, he believes in a negative form of Mary. He believes in Mary Magdalene. You understand? So in other words, the moon or the far side of the moon, which becomes like a tool of war, symbolic of this sort of black aspect of the feminine force. That's why you keep finding her around in France, and you'll have like Pan-African uh, people who are like clueless, and they're like, "Oh, it's because she's brown." No, it's not because she was brown skin. It's because the tradition of Europe is black, because Europe is the black continent. But you think that black means brown skin. Black means pale, and it also means spiritually a black tradition, the tradition of the dead. Because you must remember, a dead body is pale. The dead body also doesn't have sunlight because it's in the grave, and the pale body doesn't reflect sunlight, so it's black because sunlight is white, and the blackness is absent of whiteness. You see, but you think you know. You think you're okay. Need to relax. So then we're back to this image. Uh, and he literally tells you straight out, "I'm in prison. I used to be white." And that's true. It's true. It's right there. But the thing is, the prison is constituted by his own choice. He chooses to be black. In other words, he chooses to be in prison. He chooses also to be in prison because he also chooses to reference his whiteness in his flesh. So they are both in prison together. They are attached to each other. They have like a chain to each other. And because these two are the only ones that fit that symmetrical metaphysics, you see, that is why it's so important. That is why I'm addressing people that look like this. It's not because they look like this, because they happen to be designated black. And remember, they had to morph into them in order to be able to speak that back to them, to speak light back. Because he cannot change whiteness from outside, because that would only solidify that object, put pressure on it, then it either breaks or it just keeps cultivating within that form. So that's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get super white men. And what do you, I mean, take a look at the white boys now. What are they doing? Because women are exponentially losing their minds, right? And are becoming so dark and evil that these white boys that everybody's taught to hate, what do? They either break and basically lose themselves, or they get into the gym. They get start reading, and yes, you're gonna produce a super race of white men if you keep pushing them like this. Not many, but a few. Anyway, but that's not the point. The point is we need to redeem the rest of the white people back again as white so they can get into the game, because It doesn't matter how much how big fuss you make. If you still call yourself black, there's no point. You're still stuck. You're just tightening the noose. So, in order for him to get out of this prison matrix where flesh signifies identity, not spirit, he has to morph into a white boy. How? By taking the road through Ethiopia, since Ethiopians are two races. That's why they never tell you about white Ethiopians because they're scared shitless that you'll figure this out. And that is why the Israelis are systematically castrating Ethiopian women because they don't understand these prophecies. But they so when they read Ethiopian, they're like, okay, the nation of Ethiopia. So the literal Ethiopians of today take the whole hit. So the reason why they're castrating Ethiopian women in Israel because they're afraid of them giving birth to Jesus. You see? They're afraid of their blood because they don't have the blood anymore. Why do you think they killed Selassie? Because he had the blood of David. So, and the Jews, the colonized Jews, they're scared shitless. I mean, they have to follow their own prophecies and their own rules. Otherwise, they forfeit their whole act. The problem is, of course, that they are missing that there's a half of the Ethiopian race are someplace else. So, the land of seeing. Remember, after Moses, Joshua leads them through the land of the seeing. Remember, when Moses is about to die, God is like, okay, Joshua will take his place, and everything you see, the land that you see, will be his inheritance. So God is not talking about like some hill they can see over there in some godforsaken dust bowl in the East Mediterranean. Okay. God is talking about what you can perceive with your eyes. And not only with your eyes, but what you can perceive with knowledge, what you can perceive, in other words, how what you can intellectually see, what you can spiritually see. And then Jesus or Joshua acts as substance or food, as Eucharist, while you only see the flesh. And I've written an essay about this that you need to read because, quite frankly, I'm better at writing than speaking about these things. And my writing does not, I mean, my writing is academically on point. They can't argue with it like they can with these things because they can say this is silly, blah, 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 this is interpretation. But the essays, they can't. Also remember Inside Job with Denzel and Clive Owen. The same dynamic. He's in a policing position and he's wearing a white mask, which ought to tell you the metaphor. Has a white mask on. It's because he is in him wearing a white mask. He's the goyim they're shouting for. Blue shirt. What did you get that skin? You see? He has morphed into him. And he is opening it from the inside. He's inside whiteness, unlocking everything. You see? In the series, I wait, there's something more. I can feel it. Yeah. It's like because imagine if we're all in a prison together and all of a sudden there's one guy who's like, "Hey, I know the code." That would mean that it's an inside job, right? So for instance, how can I know the way out? I mean, I have barely finished high school. How can I know these things? It's because God has planted us inside of this matrix. And the way out is to redeem him as white. because he is. It's not some made up BS. It's not because I am particularly apologetic when it comes to white people. That's not the point. It's not about race. They are the same race. Because quite frankly, they were always white. So we're not living in, we don't need to construct a new reality. We just need to interrupt the old ones, you see? Because the one we're living in now, the matrix we're living in now, is just an interruption and an inversion of two previous sociological systems and superior optics observations of reality that are in effect now. They are existing now, sharing space with our world. But anyway, there's a show called Prison Break. So he has the map on his skin, which means that his skin is the key out. You see? His white skin is the key. That is why they're so eager to reproduce us away. Why they're opening the floodgates to Europe to destroy white people. It's not because of race or whatever. It's because as long as somebody is white, there is a slight way out, slight chance of getting out through language. And in that show, they even say, in this guy here, yeah, this morning, this guy was white. So why are they referencing the morning? Because in the morning sun, guess what? He's white. There's a movie I truly recommend, and I've seen it so many times because I always felt something. Um, it's called Blood In, Blood Out. It's about like Mexican cholos in like the 70s, Los Angeles, I think. And what God is telling you, it's basically the blood is going in, and it's also through the blood we're leaving. This movie is basically about a bunch of childhood friends and cousins that but Miklo, he happens to be half white. So he in their eyes he's a white boy. And this movie is really about the sort of trinity of our own existence. So we have spirit, which is Paco, that needs discipline, otherwise it just acts out and becomes violent. We have the soul, the artist, that when he loses touch with the symbolic representation of the body and the spirit, he breaks his back and he becomes depressed. Because the soul is like water, right? Unless it has structure, it becomes just like a puddle and it becomes depressed. It has no like movement, it has no like incentives, it has nothing to move to and fro. And of course, lastly, we have the symbolic representation of the body, which is the white boy. Because, and he also lives in the cell. He is stuck in prison. And you can actually tell that he's sort of greenish, pale. So, flesh becomes word in our world, which is an inversion of the word becomes flesh. So when we are in prison in our world, the white man acts as your soul. You understand that, right? He acts as your substance that informs you of who you are. His flesh or aesthetic coherence to the world that you perceive to be the cause of the word white, which is an inversion of the word. But you see, when you have uh, Yeah. So this is important to understand that if you're using white people as substance, that you're saying basically that they are your soul. Of course, not really, because how can you can't make somebody else's skin your soul, but he serves the same function. And he becomes like the light. So if you wonder why they're so anti-white right now, it is because they're really trying to get to your mind. Because remember, whiteness is really a reference to the intrinsic property of your mind, of your consciousness or your light within your head. But they, of course, cannot destroy your mind without destroying you. And if they destroy you and end your existence, they have nothing to rule over because they need your attention and your servitude in order to have a world, something to leverage. So they cannot destroy you and just annihilate you. They have to take your mind and put it into something else. Take your soul and turn it into a body and then destroy that body. While you are under the impression that that's not what's going on. So in other words, when you use the white man like this, you're crucifying him in your mind. You understand? Because you're turning him to your divine reduction, which you're not supposed to, and that's why Jesus had to die to save you from that. He had to become one of the dead. He had to become pale. He had to go into that cave. Anyway, in the prison world of materialism, in which the identity of people is signified through the appearance of flesh and the epistemic blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, the white body acts as a sort of inverted soul that keeps the records of our history, like Miklo, who has rasa but is considered white, or Andy, who keeps the higher arts intact. You see? So Miklo, he's the one that keeps the traditions alive, like the rasa, the Latin thing, you know. And it's symbolic because you have chosen a place where you have put the light in white people, because light is white, okay, or the youngest form of light is white. You put all the enlightenment there, so they need to hold on to it until we redeem the rest. And as you know, like if you go to like the academy, I mean, every university has a black department now. I mean, how pathetic is that? That an academy of science has a black department when it is anti-scientific. And what do they produce? Where is the world going? All the arts are just deteriorating at a high pace. Literature, poetry, movies, music, everything deteriorating, except a few who are like really supposed to be artists. But the rest is just going away because they built their careers on the negation of a so-called white body. Remember, the devil told Jesus basically, you can rule in prison because you're a white boy, so they would always have to seek you out for substance. Remember? The devil offers Jesus the world. So Jesus can rule in this prison because here he is. Because all of these non-white people, they have to turn to white people to think themselves and see themselves. But And that is the reason why the Catholic priests have a white collar and a black body. The black body is the congregation, okay? That's the end goal. And as long as Jesus is a white boy, there's still an antidote around. As long as he's in the flesh as a white boy, there's still like something holding on. The moment they switch their colors to a black color, then that's it. The gate is closed. Revelations 1:18, Jesus state, I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades, because when he became a white boy, he unlocked all the way. He's like Miklo, he rules in prison, but he also can open the prison and walk out, because he has the keys to the prison. But in order for him to have the keys, he has to be an inside man. He has to be within whiteness. He cannot be considered black. You understand? If we take, for instance, a look at the old Nordic uh, traditions, we have one character called Heimdall. The later version of him is Thor. These are two are the same. They are the same gods. I know the Americans. It's hard if you're an American or African or Asian, because it's hard to read Nordic stuff if you're not Nordic. But these two characters are the one and the same character. Just they called him Heimdall in the older versions. Thor is the later version. But in the movies, they're played by two different characters. Because remember, Heimdall guards the bridge to Valhalla. Valhalla is the head, the bridge is the throat. The throat is ruled by Taurus or Thor. So Taurus guards the bridge to the mind, to the ascent, so to speak. And even in the name, first of all, Heimdall is literally called the White God. And in the story of Heimdall, he is a god that comes down to earth, and then he has children with three different women. One that becomes white and noble, and I think one that becomes, I don't remember, and one that becomes something else. And in his name, God is telling you, literally telling you straight out, his literal last name is Elba. Elba means white. His name is Idris White, playing the white god. Also, Chris Hemsworth, in his name, you can tell he's a Hamite. His name is Hemsworth. That is why he look. If you take a look at how the native people of North Africa look, they look like this. The Ethiopians and the so-called Berber, until the Arabic colonization and theft of our ancestral lands. He, this is how they looked, and they were together in Africa. If you read the old prose Edda, circa 2020, by Snorre Sturlason, you read that the father of Thor was Memnon. He was an Ethiopian duke of Troy. So Ethiopians ruled in Greece. And he was married to Troana, who was the daughter of King Priam. So if you remember, like the movie with Brad Pitt, Troy, that is basically, I think this is after that, right? Or is it just before? Because I think King Priam is literally in the movie Troy. So it's around those days. But just because he was Ethiopian doesn't mean that he was brown skin. Because the Ethiopians looked like this. They were always together. And if you are like, oh, okay, this is just movies, this is new stuff, this is silly, yeah, right? like our ancestors would tell you as well. Here we have a policing man as well, who comes in this shape, and here we have Jesus. So these are not like new. I'm not making these things up. You just need to pay attention. So let's take a look at these concepts. Because remember, Egypt is two lands, Ethiopia is two races. And in this movie, where which is based on the Herbert books about June, that royal house, who is obviously Scottish, French-ish, who their insignia is the bull or the aleph. In the end of it, they're like, yeah, I see a way out of this. We have to go through the Harkonnens because he is a Harkonnen as well. And in other words, he's saying, yeah, we have to draw the bloodline through the black or pale Ethiopians, the dead, the people that live on a planet that the sun is eclipsed. You see? And Harkonnen, as I told you, because I'm an Erronen, this diminutive, as in Harkonnen, that only exists in literally in Ethiopia and Finland today. So how can a science or a tradition, culture of naming people exists only in Finland and Ethiopia unless they are both from the same origins? And with that said, you cannot doubt everything I've shown you, right? I showed you pictures of my mother. I showed you pictures of my dad. I showed you pictures of how much proof do you need to see that there exists white Ethiopians? Okay, when he says we take our way through the Harkonnen means they take our way through Ethiopia. But remember, they killed Selassie, so the bloodline ended there. I mean, there might be blood left. But the bloodline, I think, is in the other part of the Ethiopians, the dead ones. And the reason why they are pale is because, remember, Ethiopians were originally a sun cult, which means that they were eating of the sun, or knowledge, which means that they have subsequently become paler and paler and paler. They are basically been moonwalking. So the reason why Ethiopians in Africa today are so they are brown skin and have afro hair and stuff, that's because they're mixed. Okay, but there were Ethiopians around prior to that that was also pale. But anyway, Ethiopians existed in all different sizes and shapes. Take a look at the word Thoth, which means death, and tooth, because you chew light when you're extracting knowledge, and then you dispose of it through writing. So you have, if you're studying a lot, you have to write, otherwise you get sick. Trust me. And a tree that is about to die, a dead tree, gives away all of its data to the surrounding trees. So, for instance, when a tree is about to fall in the forest, uh, they have researchers have proven that the tree distributes everything that it knows before it falls. So it gives away all its nutrition, all its memories and stuff to the trees around it, to the network of trees. And remember in this movie, where once again Ryan Gosling plays Jesus or a variation of Jesus, uh, they're like, what is that? Because it begins with the dead tree, which is Jesus. and they look at an image of a dead tree. So when you see Jesus hanging on the cross, that is an image of a dead tree. And if you remember correctly, for some reason, there's a Finnish woman there all of a sudden, a Finnish prostitute, which is obviously a metaphor to Mary Magdalene, who was they trashed as a prostitute, which she was not. It's just that Mary Magdalene, in the ontology of Mary Magdalene, she needs a provider, so she needs a John to give her an intercourse with light, which makes her, in a sense, a prostitute, but not in the sense that you think. So you remember when Eddie Murphy sings Roxanne, which is a reference to the Roxalani, which is the people, the Alan people. That song is about how she doesn't have to be a lady of the night anymore. Yeah, you need to pay attention. But anyway, the reason why his name is K is because the Aleph, or the light, Jesus, the Alpha, is number one. K is the 11th letter. 11 denote transgression or fall. In other words, when Jesus falls from heaven by reincarnating into flesh. And Mary Magdalene, she relates to Jesus as a tree of knowledge, as light falling towards her. She eats the apple. So basically, oh, sorry. What it's telling you is that he is the dead tree. Just as Jesus in the flesh is the dead tree. Remember I told you about this? In other words, Jesus came from the blackamoors. But you think that the blackamoors means that they were brown skinned and had afro hair. That's not. The blackamoors were pale Moors, and they were Egyptian Moors from the Afro-Asiatic family that commonly included in the Semito-Hamitic family. Egyptians, Kushite, Ethiopians, Berber, etc. They became the Teutonic people or the Lake people or the dead. They have Jewish Semitic roots. They have nothing to do with the Jews in of today. In fact, they are arch nemesis basically because these, along with the brown skin Moors, decided to become Christian. Then the Arabs have infiltrated themselves into the Moorish identity. But yeah, this is extremely important to realize uh, that the blackamoors are not talking about brown skin Denzel Washingtons. Okay, it doesn't mean that they're not in the same family. That just means that because among the dead, the Teutonic people and these like sort of Germanic old tribes that used to have court on lakes and stuff. There were as a bunch of so-called black people there too. One movie that's really, really on point uh, about some of these Germanic tribes that came from Asia through Persia and then into Europe that had a really sort of dark nature to them is Conan the Barbarian. If you remember the James Earl Jones part, his tribe they look like that, the Germanic tribes, and they were sort of mixed. Some people had like red hair, some people had brown skin, blah blah blah. But if we isolate the people that you would today call black, they were sort of like starting to like pale out, and they would have sort of like green eyes. You see? Because if you like take somebody that from the people that are considered black today, and then do you pale them out, it's not like they suddenly look Arabic, but like black hair and pale skin. No, they have a much more gentle like palette. So they basically become like paler and paler and paler, and then they look super super scary. With like green eyes and like pale, smooth skin. And those who know, they know. But anyway, this is important because Jesus came from Europe. And he came from an Afro-Asiatic family line. So I know most people would have some serious trouble with that, but um, because they know they conflate everything European with white people and that they are outside of that culture. But as I've shown you, if you think that you are black, you're not. Your ancestors were literally in that culture. So why are you hating on Europe and on white people when you are related? When that's your culture, you're destroying your own ancestral culture. Uh, so for instance, this is my amazing and academic painting of the nature of light. If you remember, light in the beginning is super curly, right? It's like super, the vibration is super quick, but then it sort of evens out, and then the hair becomes straight, right? When it reaches the moon. So that is why they did research on like so-called white people hair, and that sort of hair receives on a whole other level. It doesn't omit maybe as much, but it receives. And remember, Jesus became like like a receptacle, right? He emptied himself. Is it called receptacle? I don't know, but he emptied himself. So basically, all over the Bible, they tell you that Jesus became a white boy, which is why they want you to hate white Jesus. I mean, you have to realize that what if the devil infiltrated the church and then went around the world and committed atrocities in the name of white boy Jesus? He just make you shun him and get away from him. Have you maybe ever considered that? Anyway, but remember, Jesus paid with his stripes. Stripes in Hebrew is savar, which means blueness. So Jesus paid the debt with his so-called black part of him, the mulatto part of him, his blue skin. Remember when they in that Ryan Reynolds movie, they're like blue skin, and he's like, "What?" They're like, "Why did you change your skin?" Because this is the blue more, and this is the black more. So when Jesus appears here, he nonetheless pays with his blueness because he's of that blood. So the moon is like the edge or ring or wall of the sun, which is important to remember. The Vikings, they were also known as the Ring Kings because the Vikings are on the outskirts of the sun and they are so pale. So when reality folds, uh, it folds through them. They are Vikings, and Vik means fold. So the Vikings are still here. The Nordic, Semitic people, they're still here, trying to hold on to the whiteness as much as possible, but it's shrinking, you know. And you are on the anterior side of this boulder. But I mean, and and you ironically are trying to destroy whiteness. You're destroying the last of the light. Of course, there are people who like to dwell in this cave, dwell in the darkness, and they have found ways to make careers by negating this last light, which is ironically what makes them unable to go through it. And this is happening in all of our individual minds. Because the problem is they can either forfeit forfeit everything they have gained by negating the white body and say I'm sorry and give away all the money, and then they can go through that door. But I mean, they're not going to, because we know how people are. But that's what they have to do, and they have to apologize for what they've done. Okay, let's move on. Structure. Heaven and God is to the west, if you know Jewish tradition, and Jesus sits on the right side of God. So the negation of Christ will thus appropriate the elements and aspects of heaven and God. That's why we have leftists that they claim like equality and peace and understanding, and that's just BS because they nonetheless relate to the singular negation of the right side of God. You see? So they're stuck there because when the right leaves, there's no left. You understand? Even in the Egyptian tradition, our Egyptian ancestors, they talked about uh, that heaven is right of right. So you have to go beyond right. You have to go right of right. But anyway, that's why they are like faking love, faking blah blah blah, faking tolerance is because they are appropriating heaven, but they're doing it in a perverted way because they can only relate to the body, and quite frankly, they are evil. But they know that subconsciously you remember these things. That's why they appropriate left. So, for instance, you have an original left, right? That is happens retroactively when Mary gives birth to Christ. She becomes the left. She becomes the embodiment of that heaven or that water. But if you negate the door to that place, you create another left, which becomes like the inversion of that, which is like a chaotic blackness, which is meant to trap them. So don't worry. I mean, they're trapping themselves. Uh, and eventually, the body of God or the body of the universe will just dispose of it, just like it disposes of waste. Um, the effects of socio-materialist apperception. Apperception is a psychological term of seeing yourself. Means that if we only reference the body as a source of whiteness or epistemic light, then retroactively the black body in this inverted semantic matrix, sorry, misspelled, becomes like a black hole. Because that body, you know how when we reproduce, the so-called black genes are dominant, right? So you have instances because in that family tree there are so-called white people that cannot be outbred. So you can only make whiteness more and more exclusive. And you see that all the time in very rare occasions, but especially in the Nordics, because immigrants come there, they make babies with Nordic people, and then the baby, even though one parent is African or whatever, the baby comes out blonde. And I've seen that with my own eyes growing up, with a boy that was younger than me, that was part of my dad's group of friends. They all had children, right? And I was one of those children. And another boy, his dad was a so-called African American, a so-called Black American who was in Sweden playing American football. He knocked a girl up. She was blonde, curly blonde hair, and he was so-called Black American. But the baby, the boy, I never saw the father, but I saw the boy many times, and he was blonde, curly, fluffy hair. So you would never guess that he was mulatto. It's because the genes in the Nordics are strong. Because we are part of the, if you go deep, we are a part of the covenant with God. I mean, I know most racist people, they think that God is like why would God God appreciates diversity. Like every healthy people, every healthy and sound spiritual person appreciates diversity and understands the beauty of diversity. And so there is no like homo or monoaesthetic heaven. There's no like black paradise. You understand? That just doesn't exist. Because God has a covenant and with a group of people, and that group of people are distinctively so-called people we call black, a few of them, a so-called whites, a few of them, and a so-called Asians, a few of them. And if you take a good look at all of these, you'll see the other groups in that. Anyway, but nonetheless, the so-called black people acts as a body that gathers, but they are not the black hole. You understand? The so-called white woman is the black hole because so-called white people are the black hole because they're holding on to the white light, but it is being reduced. But since the semantics are inverted because we're in a materialist matrix, you think it's the other way around. Remember, God said, "Do not eat," which is not a God. It's not like God is saying, "Do not consume." God is saying, if you're going to eat, don't eat in a negative way. Don't eat through negation. If you're going to eat through negation, you have to double negate. You have to say, I did not eat, do not eat. And the Ashe people ought to know that these concepts are Egyptian, that of double negation. Because originally in Egyptian tradition, you would get a long list of negative commands. Like I did not kick somebody or whatever. I did not trick somebody. So you have to double negate them. I did not, you know. So if you call yourself black, then you attest to, agree with, and support that flesh becomes word, which is against the Bible, that you have to know a man, which is against the Holy Spirit, and going against the first word of the Bible. I mean, how can you explain that? I mean, how can you defend that? I mean, if I can see it, you don't think others can see it? You don't think God can see it? I mean, who am I? I'm just a dude. How can I see it and you think that God won't ask you these questions? What if there will be a court hearing eventually and there will be a literal judgment and they will ask you, did you they will ask you, does word become flesh? What are you going to say then? Yes. Then they'll say, yeah, but why did your flesh become the word black? Why did the negation of white flesh become the word black for you? You go, I don't know. And if you are black, do you have to know somebody outside of yourself? Yes. So you're blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. Yes. And what is the sin that cannot be forgiven? And the first word of the Bible, I mean, come on. Okay. Okay, if you broke the 10th word of the Bible. Or if you broke like some weird abstract law in the fifth book or of fifth or somewhere. Yeah, what are you gonna say when God asks, "What is the first word of the Bible?" You say, "Bereshit," and God asks, "Where is substance?" And you say, "Outside of the tent." And God says, "It's not what I said." Blaspheming against the Holy Spirit is not forgiven. It's basically for the same reason that you dive into the water. You can't breathe after 5 minutes or 3 minutes. That's not forgiven. If you jump from a building, that's not forgiven. It's not because some grumpy old man is going to judge you by his ways of his ego. It's because you're going against the mechanisms of God. You're becoming a life form that uh, feeds on other life forms. And this is, of course, encouraged. I mean, in extreme, this is you have to forgive yourself because this is like probably the biggest black spell ever put on the world because you have a black national anthem. You get money for being like this, you get movie roles for being like this, uh, you can be openly racist. Like the moment you agree, of course unknowingly, but the moment you agree to blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, the devil will give you all of these things. But it's not worth it. Trust me. I mean, what are you gonna do then? I mean, your bloodline is cut off. You won't reincarnate. You might have fun for a few weeks, but then it becomes empty. I mean, you have to understand God is within you. So what makes you think God cannot just switch you off? You know, didn't you see that Turkish guy in the Turkish parliament who was standing and he was screaming about Allah being the true God, and then he died. Right there on the spot, he died. I mean, don't play around. This is God doesn't play around. And I know that so-called black people have an intuitive relationship to God and an intuitive fear. I mean, they're trying their hardest to make you think that the so-called European white man has forced you to become Christian or whatever. But I literally show you that the first Archbishop of Catholic Sweden was a so-called colored woman. So this is literally your tradition you're going against. So you need to end this right now. I mean, I can give you an advice. Let's try this out. You don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to tell anybody that I told you this, because I know it's a bit embarrassing, but just go be by yourself and just say out loud or in your head, I am white. Just feel how it feels. Just feel it. I am white. I'm truly white. I'm originally white. See how it feels. You will understand that this is your ancestral destiny. This is your belief. This is originally the system of thought you produced. You're not supposed to be black, and that is why they're so aggressively, like whenever there's like some black event, like Beyonce or some devil worshipper is showing up on stage and they're like explicitly black, like, yeah, we're black. Then they always have natural hair. Then they always look the way God made them look, right? So they're affirming your natural state within blackness. But then the moment she stops doing that, well, then she has straight blonde hair. So she's deceiving you with her mediocre, ugly husband. So, so pathetically terrible. I mean, how in the world can these people become this famous and this sought after? I mean, how can you be that mediocre and still be a star in this world? I mean, this has to be hell. And quite frankly, what has Beyonce done? I mean, or like Rihanna, what has she done? They do make like a one song like 20 years ago that wasn't even good then. Or her like fruity Rihanna's fruity boyfriend. What the fuck did he come from? Don't follow these people because they wouldn't do shit for you. I mean, JC, first of all, he calls himself Jehovah. I mean, come on. All right, relax, dude. Since when since when did Jehovah say I look like a butt ugly man? That's mediocre. When did God say that? Secondly, he's so incredibly wealthy, but he hasn't done anything for his community. He hasn't done anything for ordinary people. Like, what more do you need? If I had 100 million, I would give away 99. The first day, I would give away 99 the first day. And I would squeeze everything out of that. Can you imagine the the possibilities with his wealth? And what do? They buy sports teams. What a fucking loser. How fucking boring can you get? Sports team. This is the level. This is the level, spiritual level of these people. Sports. I mean, I used to be an athlete, so it's fun to play, and it's probably a easy way be to make some money in this world. I mean, I would rather be a sports player than a plumber, perhaps, or a bricklayer. I mean, for some of these boys, they're not particularly good in school, you know. That's not the point. The point is, don't follow these people. I mean, can't you smell a trap? They gave you a fucking black national anthem. Can't you smell a trap? Come on, wake up. It's the same people that have been dictating stuff since forever. It's the same people that now openly do like satanic rituals, which is so corny. It's so corny. Like, why would you do that? I don't understand. It's so silly. Why would you do that? And why? Listen, don't be afraid of anything but God. Anything but God. Because I think sometimes you're afraid of things that are quite irrelevant, to be fair. But anyway, pay attention because they're drawing you into blackness more aggressively. And we're going to talk a bit more about it later. And if I, in a way, reflect on this, almost every college has a department for black. That's eugenics. This is the pinnacle of Nazism, negative Nazism. Remember, the Nazis, they wore a brown uniform, a brown uniform. They were known as brown shirts or Braunhemden because somebody is evading outside. I think I misspelled that, but they're evading outside of themselves and back by adding layers in reality. So they're adding skins, you see, to produce a black society spiritually, but they can only do it through uh, the body because they're stuck in the body. God has trapped them. So the reason why they need a black collective is because if you have a black collective, then you can have that because blackness needs whiteness. Then they can have one white object as a reduction of substance to control that whole collective. But as long as there are white people around, that's a threat to that hegemonic object. So they basically want a like supreme overlord, and they can only do it within that dynamic, within the black and white dynamic. And I suspect that's what AI is for. But remember, Venus breaks off from, I mean, in the formation of Venus, the planet, it breaks off from Saturn, the pale planet. So Venus or Horus breaks off from the dead. You see, Jesus was one of the dead, one of the pale, but he broke off from them. You see, these stories are told in heaven too. And the new Mel Gibson movie about Jesus, we have a Finnish actor that plays him because he is Ethiopian. And I don't, honestly, I don't think Mel Gibson knows this himself. But I think he's inspired by God. His name is Oktonen, which is basically, I told you, Ok means bull or alpha, as in Jesus. It's always also in Finnish, Okto means something shining or glowing, like a sun or a white light. So God is telling you things. And don't come around with this again, like, oh, this is a white man playing Jesus. You need to, you're not, s- you're not smart enough for this if you can't stick to the optics of the devil and interpret what's going on. You have to switch your glasses. Remember the 13th floor? What is the function of the matrix? It's a perfect system needing people or humans because we are imperfect to make its calculations. Uh, so that's basically why, humans are around because God is a perfect system, an unbroken whole. Why wouldn't God know everything about everything without any temporal delay, without any spatial need, you know? I mean, God is basically over before God begins. But in order for God to like reflect and explore, uh, humans come about as the sort of reflective property of God. But I don't think like God, I mean, let's just put it like this. I think everything has been observed. And if you understand like basic quantum physics, then you know that the observation is what materializes the waveform into particle. So I think everything has been observed, but then, when it's outside of direct observation, it might be like in a latent or resting state. So God doesn't really need humans to like observe and make things into particles through their consciousness. I think that it already happened. I think God maybe has different eyes than we think. I think the sun might be an eye of God, and there might be eyes in every atom, every cell, every molecule. Uh, yeah, let's move on. And in that movie, there's one of the guys who's Finnish, uh, making in the soundtrack, and you can tell that. I mean, I can see it at least. You cannot maybe see it, but this is an Ethiopian, and his last name is Valo, Ville Valo. So, which means that his ancestors were foreigners. They were immigrants, and this is how like Ethiopians look. They become like pale, green eyes. I mean, I would know I have green eyes, and you've seen my mom, but uh, the world is like slightly unaware of it. They think like everybody that's Ethiopian or so-called black, they're like, I don't know, in Harlem rapping or whatever. But it's not. I mean, you have to be less cliche than that. So the Ark of the Covenant went to Ethiopia, um, and that's important because that means that the bloodline is with so-called white and black people. Remember, Ethiopians can change skin, and when he enters the Matrix, he gets his skin from these two so-called people. So, because Jesus, he paid with the blueness, but he came from the dead. And this is like extremely important. I saw this on YouTube just flashing by, and this is like some bodybuilder that's competing, and he's obviously a so-called black guy. I mean, he's really one of the dark ones as too. He's like really, really dark skinned. But when he's in light, look at his skin. Look at his skin and tell me that this is not white skin. Can you, with a straight face, tell me that his skin is not white? You see? So your mind is operating on two different levels. We are here. If you take a look at the chessboard, we are here. But there's another form of whiteness here. And this one, the matrix we are in which he is black, and because he's not in sunlight, that is going to collapse. But I mean, can it be more clear here? And this is also a reason why God picks certain peoples to represent the black and white of duality. Because you see, he's almost pitch black, his flesh, which makes him almost completely white when he's in the light. You see, when this guy, who's like a Persian guy, when he's in the light, he looks just like himself. But when he is in light, he is completely white. You see? And when you understand that there are two different optics at play, two different identities, now you can go back and read the Bible. You see? Now you're not stuck in your materialist ways. Now you can put on the goggles, the glasses of a higher sociology and go back because as you can tell, his skin is white. And I want you to be straight out now. Could you honestly tell me that his skin is not white with a straight face? Are you going to tell me that he is not white? And the irony is like when I print screened this, God always times weird stuff like this. So now we're talking about a classic physique, which I think is some sort of division within bodybuilding. But God is talking about a classic system of thought. Like we used to all be white. As a matter of fact, the reason why they fell into blackness is because in Europe, they were like, look at our skin, we reflect white light the best. So we are more white than, for instance, they are. But when you do that, because dark skin contrasts white sunlight better. So if you have dark skin and you're in sunlight, your skin looks whiter than his skin in sunlight. So they said basically, uh, look at us, we are the white ones. But when you do that, you stop referencing light, the object of light, the sun, or the light source, and then you reference flesh, and then you fall into the matrix. So you see, it's so easy. We can just step out of this. We can just step out. We don't have to deal with all of this bullshit. We can step out. But then that means that a bunch of so-called non-white people would have to accept a white identity, but it would be scientifically correct. It's just that their egos would have a really hard time accepting it, be called white. But a lot of white people would be like, no, I don't want to, I don't want them to be white. So they would have to go too, because they refuse to be scientific. Which is me saying scientific is just saying being true to the law. But anyway, if you can with a straight face tell me that his skin is not white, then I suppose, yeah, I give up. I give up. You're the man. Anyway, meaning there's a higher intellectual organizing principle that's already in effect with ancestral forms of these identities. So they exist a higher form of whiteness. And it is through the identity of whiteness we will elevate. There's no other way. That doesn't mean that all so-called white people of today are qualified. No, no, no. There will only be a few of each. Then you have to be honest. It's not about, your ego that much and like letting go. It is a lot about that, but you have to look at it through the eyes of God because God is an unbroken whole, which means that God communicates truthfully within himself. So how can you communicate things that are wrong within the body of God? There's another form of whiteness that is currently now active, but it is suppressed. So we are active within a system that has that draws energy from another place, from another teaching. So I know that we can sort of feel like this is an unnatural state. The world is not how it's supposed to be. But what we tend to forget or tend to not see is that there are in fact also intellectual systems that predate it. You see? But that doesn't mean necessarily you have to look into the historical records. It means that they're active here now. Sometimes you have to like switch into your quantum mode and realize that there are older former systems of thought that are active within you here, and you are suppressing them by choice. And they're not super complex. It's complex to, like what I'm doing is quite complex to explain them and like take your time with it. But you could just walk out into the sunlight and see with your own eyes that everything shines white. Everything has a white skin. So that could be it. But then again, we sort of need to know what's going on, right? So white and black. You don't burn brown, you burn pale. Uh, Paleness is darkness. You see? Remember the Bible, unto Adam also and his wife did the Lord make coats of skins and clothed them. Skin in Hebrew is also light. So he has a coat of skin on top of his skin, which basically means that he is circumcised when he sees this, because the skin that comes before the white skin here has been removed. The foreskin is gone, meaning that there are other forms of whiteness and socially unifying identities waiting. There are rooms waiting. Jesus goes and prepares a place for you. Uh, and until then, when we are stuck in materialism, if you don't eat the flesh of the Son of Man, as in Jesus, you have no life in you, you have no whiteness in you. So whiteness means life. And I'm sorry you have to deal with this, or your ego has to deal with this, but it's truth. I go and I prepare places for you. My Father's house has many rooms. So Jesus has prepared places for us. But in order for us to get to those places, we have to accept and be loyal to what we see and what is truth, because then we communicate in harmony with God. You don't have to be like some monk sitting on a mountaintop meditating every moment of your life, or smoke DMT, and you don't have to do any of those things. God does not require these things from you. The only thing God requires is that you speak truth, because then you harmonize with the communication of God, the unbroken whole. Remember this movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? When they're in the recording booth and the blind man asks, "Who are you?" Why does he first? This struck me as so strange. But he's like, "We are three black men standing here and one white." And he was true. There are three black men standing here and one white. And then he's like, "No, I'm joking. We are three white men and one black." You see? The sense moral of the movie is called Brother, Where Art Thou? They're asking him, "Brother, brother, where are you? Where do you begin?" Because he begins thinking about himself from a position outside of himself. Because remember, all people, as the blind man in the Bible says, all people are trees of knowledge. But his tree of knowledge is the so-called white man that he is negating. You understand? Because he used to be white. In the Song of Solomon, once again, uh, I'm dark yet beautiful. Don't be mad that the sun burnt me, whatever. That's not a reference to brown skinned people like Toni Morrison or any of these stiff, naked, arrogant, indignated, ugly, bitter black women are trying to make it out to be. Everything is racist against them, right? The whole world is an inverted pyramid against the poor black woman. That's truly, but she's a benevolent being that there's no fault in her, but everybody is against her, right? That's that's what the female ego has come to. And even in the Bible, they tell you that the Bible literally tells you straight out that she's going to be arrogant, that she's going to lose her jewelry, she's going to lose her hair. And look at black women today. They can't fucking grow their hair. They're wearing wigs. This is what it's in the Bible, but you need to let go. You need to let go of all this bitterness. Come back to God. In Song of Solomon, she's like, "Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth," which means that's a dynamic reference between the sun and the moon, or the Aleph and the Scorpio, and which shows you that she is Ethiopian. Draw me, we will run after thee. Uh, which, if you remember, like, I don't know why I put Magritte, but remember the painting. He did a famous painting with a pipe that, and under the pipe he painted, it says, "This is not a pipe," which is a bit deep. You can read about it. I wrote a book on Mariology, in which I break this down. You can get that. You can even get it for free. I'll put the link. Not the printed version because somebody has to pay the printers, but everything I written, I give away for free because God gave it to me for free. Of course, I had to suffer for it, but because I mean, I couldn't get a job to save my life in this world. I know all these things, and all these mediocre people keep getting jobs in the fields that I'm an expert in. I can't even get a fucking I couldn't get a lumberjack job. I couldn't get the most basic job. What's going on? What's happening? What is happening? Anyway, Magritte, he was a famous French painter, and he painted a painting with a pipe that under it says, "This is not a pipe," because the image is not the origin. So, for instance, the image of God in Jesus in the flesh, that's not God, but it's not God. You see? That's how you have to think about it. But go get my book and read about these things because, quite frankly, I can't really remember why I put it there. But I remember reflecting on it extensively back then. But I'm sort of like exhausted, so my memory is not amazing. Remember Titanic, Jack Dawson? Remember? He paints her in her ideal version. Jack Dawson means that he's basically Jesus of the dawn. He's the artist that gives her body. And if you remember the movie Phantom Thread, which is very symbolic, he remembers his dead mom. That's Mary. She has a wedding dress. And then he tailors dresses, which is really his tailoring bodies after his subjective preferences, which is basically what Adam is, because Eve relates to him, to his flesh through negation. So he becomes the tailor. or the potter or the sculptor, Adam, flesh from flesh. But that's problematic because that means we're falling. She says, I'm black but comely, you daughters of Jerusalem, as the tent of Kedar's curtains of Solomon. We went through this. That's because she's pale. But of course, when you invert it, because Ethiopia is two races, so we can play out these realities for both of us. You see? Anyway, King James Version. We talked about this, I think. The reason why she is pale is because she broke her own tradition and ate from the apple. But that is allowed if you double negate. Anyway, back to the Aland because they're important in this context because they are part of the Ethiopians and they are literally white people. Uh, and here to tell you, my beloved is like a young deer. So that is probably because the Jews and they are intermarried, the so-called Aryans. And what I mean by that is so-called black people and so-called white people, because these were literally in Caucasia. Not all so-called white people were in Caucasia, but these came from Caucasia and they are married into Solomon. You see? Remember, the Ark of the Covenant went to Ethiopia, so they probably got the bloodline. And what I'm doing is I'm tracing how the blood went into so-called white people so we can keep the white identity alive. You see? Because originally the white people were incredibly diverse. So when you see like remnants of pyramids from all over the place, that's white people. That doesn't mean that they're European or from England or from Scottsdale or whatever. Doesn't mean that they they were all called Gary and that they wore like beige khakis and played golf in the no. That's not what I'm talking about. They were, they were all over the place. You see? Why wouldn't we be everybody be white? I showed you everybody is white. Why wouldn't we be light? This painting of Mary Magdalene. Remember, eating from the sun makes you pale. You burn pale, and the curtains of the sun are white, pale. So she has like a curtain of paleness. Uh, yeah, we went through this, so I think we can move on. But in the like Song of Solomon, so these two are married. That's why you keep seeing so-called redheads and so-called black people in like movies and stuff. There was a movie with like a oh man, it was terrible with George Clooney when he's like some sort of depressed guy stuck on Earth while everybody else is leaving Earth or something. And they showed you that the captains of that spaceship are were these two. Um, yeah, and remember, Skota went to Ireland with where all these redheads are. I mean, I think it goes deeper. It goes deeper into like different forms of melanin and stuff, but let's just leave it at that. The ontology of Mary Magdalene is, in other words, somebody that's facing light or eating of the apple. In other words, they relate to Jesus as a serpent. And remember, Europe comes from the story of Europa that rides on a white bull. So she's always in relationship to a white bull. In other words, she always has a guiding star. Meaning, unlike the Virgin, she relates to an intercourse with an external object, like materialism, but performs religion, which makes her inhibit uh, or inhabit the spirit of Mary. So the ontology or the metaphysics of Mary Magdalene is performance, but they can perform Virgin Mary and you know be like those soldiers in that movie, Full Metal Jacket. They can get in line, but she needs a provider or a John to become like a moon, because John means moon, and a satellite around the sun. You see? So that's the difference between Mary the Virgin. She's like free walking around, while Mary Magdalene, she more serves Christ. But since she serves Christ, she is a so-called slave to Christ. He, of course, sets her free because he's Christ. It's not like he takes advantage of that, you see, because he is who he is. But it's basically like, imagine if you have a master and your master is like, no, you're free. But you were always, of course, free from the beginning, like Mary. Like you're always in a virgin state of being free and with God. But then you might come into a world where it's not like that. So you might need a master to set you free. So then you come to Christ and he's like, he buys us basically. So he claims us. We becomes his estate. And he says, yeah, if you follow me, you're free. But in this world, you have to follow this light because we are in darkness. So the scales, we basically have the scales. The one side of the scales represent. I know the original, like no, the common interpretation of this is that this is a heart and this is a feather. You have to weigh your heart against the feather, and if your heart is heavier than a feather, you can't get to God. But this is also a representation of two people. And these people, and they have to balance each other out. So you have a performative people and you have a free people, sort of, in simple terms. And this side represents Mary Magdalene, and that's also the side from which the Messiah comes from. And he has to like unlock it from the end, you see. So he gets everybody. And this is basically where the world is. It's in this, because they can't get to the Virgin. That door is shut. So they're fighting over the reality of Mary Magdalene, who gets to dictate substance. Because remember, in Mary Magdalene, the ontology of Mary Magdalene, you always have a provider or a master. But if your master is Christ Jesus and his white flesh, then you're free. But they are fighting over that structure. Who gets to inherit that world? I am the door. If anybody enters through me, he shall be saved. So this is the cross here on the scale. Is that Jesus? Of course, he's pinned to that cross, and that is a door. Uh, but if you negate, since he has morphed into a pale moon. If you negate, because his dead body, or the body doesn't have light like that. It's like a lamp. It's like John. But if you negate whiteness, guess what? You're stuck on that side, on the far side of the moon. Uh, yeah, anyway, and in the story of Christ, there's water coming out from his side, just as Eve is created from the side of Adam, or that Zella, which doesn't only mean rib, it means side also. It means a feminine side. And that's shown when he is crucified and they pierce his side and water comes out, which is basically telling you that the lower lake comes from his side. Remember the image of Christ, the tree is dead, and he symbolically dies on the lower stages of the ladder of Jacob because we are on the basis here. Because remember, light is super curly and vibrating in the beginning, and then it sort of fades out and becomes paler and paler, and the hair becomes straighter. So symbolically, because when we tell these stories, we have to tell them somehow. I mean, how can we tell a story other than representing it, right? That doesn't mean that so-called white people are on the lowest part of the ladder, because remember, I'm a white boy, so I would be really careful to say those things. Because if you're talking bad about so-called white people, you're talking bad about me, and I'm telling you these things. So, but anyway, we need to be able to tell these stories, right? Somehow, and then we do it by embodying them, showing them through our aesthetic representation. Um, Remember, I mean, I'm telling you, he keeps doing the same part over and over again. This movie is about how thought or the light of thinking reaches the moon or reflection. So this is really about how God the first time God found himself in a reflective state. But the problem is, of course, that he folded. So Mary Magdalene, she cannot touch him. She needs to be like suspended in a distance because she relates to light as a double negation. She's a satellite, right? But if the satellite crashes into the sun, it dies. Cannot touch him. Um, and it's the same here when she creates memories from her memory, and he eventually leads the father back to Mary Magdalene. Anyway, remember the movie Snow White? So beautiful even in death that the dwarfs could not find it in their hearts to bury her. They fashioned a coffin of glass and gold and kept an eternal vigil by her side. Remember, she is the beautiful one. Don't hate on me, I'm dark but comely. You remember Song of Solomon? Because so-called white people are the beautiful people. I mean, maybe that hurts to say, but for some of you, but that's the truth. Of course, there's beautiful people among everybody, but like a so-called white woman that's a 10, that's basically game over. Because she's they come from that tradition who are named as beautiful, but also like materialistic. He fashioned a coffin of glass and gold and kept eternal vigil at her side. So basically, a part of reality is producing like a bubble in which um, they are suspended around a particular object, a divine object. So they are not like influenced by the natural laws. But in order to do that, in order to face the sun, you have to double negate. You cannot single negate because then you negate the object itself and you live in the shadows. You have to double negate and face it. So you have to moonwalk, you walk forward and backwards at the same time. Uh, so for instance, if you see somebody, you keep somebody in your mind, that is in your mind. So for instance, you're probably looking at a device, right? You're probably looking at this through your phone, or you're looking at this through your computer, and you think that that device is outside of you because it's materialized in your hand or in front of you, and it's separated from you. But what you're perceiving is nonetheless inside of you. It is in you because you're seeing it inside of yourself, right? You're not experiencing it anywhere else. So keep that in mind, and you can read this. Uh, Once again, references to Lebanon is always a reference to white moon. Keep that in mind when you read that all of these things is not about like nations, because the nations, you can think of it like this: the nations of today are like a map, but that map is on an older map that had the same concepts. But this new map is drawing energy from the old map and changing them. So, like in the old map, Ethiopian was something else than what Ethiopian is today. That doesn't mean that Ethiopians are not Ethiopians. It means that Ethiopian identity of today has another form. The same goes with Israelite or Israeli, Jew, even white and black people. They were not the same in the original meaning. So a bunch of these people that call themselves Jews today, they are originally black people because they adhere to a black spiritual tradition, just so you know. But anyway, whenever you read Lebanon, think about a white moon. Remember, Christ is a glory for Israel, light for the Gentiles, because if this is Mary, like an unbroken whole, she gives birth to the door, and then Mary Magdalene, she's outside of the door. It's like imagine if Jerusalem was a round circle, right, with a huge wall, and you could see, or you could see the like the city of heaven from afar. Then there would of course be people inside of those walls, right, living there, being in heaven. But you could also keep your eyes on heaven from afar, and that would sort of, since you would be in the promise of heaven, you would be continuously revived and act accordingly. You see? So Mary Magdalene is basically the people that are looking at heaven from afar and behaving accordingly and sort of performing heaven by seeing it, seeing how it looks. And when they do that, they draw people away from heaven. You see? So that's not an easy thing to be drawn away from heaven and still keep the tradition intact, but that's what's going on. That is why you have an active, negative, and subversive force working to produce a shadow, a negation of Christ as light, while the believers become a few chosen. So, this active force that produces darkness is literally in the book of John, because John says, or the moon says, I am not the Messiah, but also the antidote. I come before him, but he comes before me. So he sort of shows you that he's going to produce darkness and where you should go. You should go to the place before him. He also tells you straight out, I shall decrease, so he will decrease the light. He will produce blackness. While of course Jesus is the opposite of that. You can think of heaven as a sort of inverted nightclub. So Mary Magdalene, if the Virgin is on this side of the door and Jesus is the door, and we are on this side of the door, it's like a nightclub, except the bouncer, Jesus, he's like the rules are different, right? So uh, it's not the same as when you want to get into a nightclub because what's happening inside is not the same. But the principle is the same, the structure is the same. So with Mary Magdalene, what they're going to have to do, a part of humanity is basically, you remember when you go out to nightclubs, right? Which I used to do, but I mean, that was more than a decade ago. And sometimes the bouncer wouldn't let you in, so he would basically say, take a lap, you know? So that's basically what Jesus is gonna do. He's gonna say, like, take a cycle, come back in the next cycle. And he's going to hand them like supporting wheels with the Bible, right? And the teachings that he provides them. So they can take a lap and learn and come back and be like, can we come in? He'll be like, yeah, now you can. Mary Magdalene, Mary does not eat from exogenous source or perform this dynamic in her head, uh, because everything is part of her, just as she's a part of it. Mary Magdalene, on the other hand, relates to things to an exogenous source. So she basically produces this black tradition, spiritual tradition, because she keeps her eyes on the sparrow. But she knows that people will not do that. So she's like sort of cleansing herself, drawing them away from the light she has access to. Remember in the movie Furiosa, uh, they basically put a mocking version of Jesus in this dude who is crazy. And remember, on his back, I couldn't find a picture, but watch this movie. On his back, he keeps her teddy bear because the bearer is the light bearer. So if he's Jesus on this side, for them on the other side of the door, he is the light bearer. He's a light for the Gentiles. He's a glory for Israel. So one of his sides, because a door has two sides, so one of his sides is facing Israel, and there's a glory there because they get to be with Jesus. The other side is a light for the Gentiles. So he's an instructor or a commander. He's like John Connor in Terminator. He needs to instruct them on how to perform. Remember, this movie begins by her eating the apple, uh, so she relates to that light. And what saves her is also the cross. So they're telling you that even though they are like mocking Christ because they're producing a negative, they're drawing people away from Christ, you see? But they're also telling you that it's Christ inevitably that will save her. This sort of redhead girl, which is, of course, a reference to Mary Magdalene. In the movie Suspiria, which I recommend because it's entertaining, it's scary, and I can tell you even now that there's a scene in that movie you will never forget. And even if you're looking for that scene through the movie, you won't find it until you see it. And I promise you, you will. There's a scene in that movie you will never ever forget because it's wild. It's wild. And Suspiria is basically about a group of witches And then she comes there, and they're evil, and she comes back basically because she's like a returning maternal figure in that sense, in that witching place. So she basically comes back and destroys them, basically, because she's like, you have been misbehaving. This is the story of Mary Magdalene. So Mary Magdalene is coming back to basically destroy all females that uh, have been acting as witches against Christ. Just so you know. But anyway, they tell you you have to pay attention. These scenes here, they literally God tells you. I don't think the director knows about this, but anyway, here it is. Ur means light, eater. So she tells you that she is eating from the apple. Uh, yeah, and here we have Egyptian, the throne of light. Here we have the S for the serpent. So you need to pay attention. So that's important to know that the witch that relates to light, that is so-called good, she's the one that coming back to destroy the other witches. Yeah, because I mean, if you're bothered by women, you get like your aunt or something to come and help you. You can't beat women. So women will take care of that themselves. Anyway, remember eating of light. Remember why they always look a little bit fat. It's not only because they're literally fat, it's because they are inhaling. They're showing you that they're in hell. And you see the belly of Akhenaten is in the shape of the crescent moon and Venus, which of course the Muslims stole. But I mean, of course, because they steal everything. But yeah, you can see it here. Yeah, so she will destroy all singular negation and unholy divinations in the end, because she double negates light, so she can remain suspended. You remember the movie is called Suspiria, which means suspended. She is suspended around light. That's why she's like a benevolent witch, but also, half bad. We talked about this. Remember, keep that in mind. That's these people. Peter and the Wolf is an old Russian story, which is basically about a wolf that is tied to a tree. Which is the wolf is Benjamin. Remember, Benjamin does everything backwards, or he's left-handed. So he's suspended like a moon around the tree. Benjamin is the wolf. Remember? Peter is Egypt, and symbolic of the tree, of course, in this case. Mary Migdal, as in Mary Magdalene, means tower. So she always has a guiding tower to look at from afar. She reflects a phallic object. And this is it's a sort of heliocentrism. The reason why I mentioned Peter and the Wolf is because if you remember Blade Runner, she is Joy, which is the embodiment of Mary Magdalene. She is stuck to the phallic object, the emanator. She's suspended to a particular object, right? And if that object is destroyed, she is destroyed. And whenever they turn that object on, I recognize the song. or the composition, which is a Russian composer called Prokofiev, and he, I think it's him. I don't think it's Shashkatori. No, I think it's Prokofiev. I could be wrong. But anyway, he wrote a piece called Peter and the Wolf after he wrote the music to this particular story. So they all tie together. I don't know if the director was aware of this, but I mean, it was kind of beautiful, beautifully put. So, yeah. So if you relate to an object like the sun, you you're like a satellite in a sort of heliocentristic ontology, and that is the ontology of Mary Magdalene or the moon. Um, so the people that are so-called black and really aggressive, this includes the people that call themselves anti-white. They're really feeding through the negation of the white apple, you see? But you can't negate light because that would make you unconscious. So they have to make it into our body, our flesh, hence the white body. So they are like eating in a negative sense, which also is a contradiction, of course, because you can't eat the absence of substance. But the devil is really encouraging them to do it. And since they are so racist and indignated and bitter and feel ugly, women are not that complex. The majority of bad decisions coming from women is because they feel ugly. That's it. A woman that's bitter because she's ugly, she will make the worst. She will destroy the world. Just because of that. She will make everybody miserable. Trust me, I grew up with women. I grew up with only women. I know how they act. And a woman that cannot have joy or cannot have peace or cannot have a family, she will ruin it for everybody. Everybody. Because she is so upset that she can't have it. Of course she can have it, but then she needs to let it go. She doesn't understand that your actions constitute where you are. But anyway, but most of these race baiting black women, they are doing exactly what they think has been done to them. But I mean, I think the world has never ever seen racism anywhere close as it is cultivated and blooming in the black community right now. I mean, if you don't know, if you haven't been on like social media, you'd be surprised, man. Because I was. I never had social media, and then I would buy a new phone and it would come pre-installed with like TikTok or uh yeah, TikTok, I think that's the one, yeah. And you could like scroll through it without signing up. And out of curiosity, I spent a few weeks on TikTok because it's also super addictive. But I mean, just the sheer racism in the black community, it's wild, man. They would have like meetings on TikTok talking about white people, and they would put up like a picture of a blonde child, and they will spend hours degrading that child. I mean, just the evil in the black community and the inability to see their own evil and the racism is just mind-boggling. Like, how can you do that? How can you take a picture of a child and use that as some sort of, I mean, now we're back to like the 19th century eugenics, like measuring skulls and that shit. That's what black people are doing now. I mean, how fucking low can you get? Let me tell you this. If you're ever anywhere close to me and I hear you, regardless of how you look, if you're considered Asian, black, white, whatever, if I hear you speak bad about a child, I'll fucking end you right there. If you ever open your mouth against a child, I will fucking destroy you. You understand? I can't stand these people. So fucking weak. You're so weak. Always complaining about the white man. What the fuck is the matter with you? What a bitch you have become. There was even like a documentary, 2 hour documentary about so-called black people and their achievements. And the first thing she said, of course it was a woman. The first thing she said was, well, you can never talk about black people without white people. I'm like, oh my God. Here with this again. Why can't you do anything by yourself? I mean, I know the reason. You don't, because you're in blackness. You can't see it. But I can see that you're using white people as substance, so you have no pure inspiration. I mean, I should just leave you there. You have no inspiration. Everything you can do now is stealing. Everything you do is a derivation of white people. You can't even make your own music anymore. I mean, everything is just samples of the 60s, basically. And then what? Some bullshit trap music. Yeah, man, I'm seriously I'm seriously disappointed by a lot of so-called black people because there's a difference between having suffered in the past and just behaving kind and loving. I mean, you used to be the loving kind. Everybody knew you used to be the loving kind, right? The soul people. What happened to that? What the fuck happened? That's not you anymore. Take a take a quick look at the crime stats. Take a quick glance and then come back and blame me. All right, enough of that rant. Anyway, so these stories about Moses, Morpheus, whatever the fuck ever, it's about him morphing into a white boy. Okay? And now they are making you hate and be racist against black people. No, against white people. Even though your ancestors went there in order to save you, to unlock these identities. So you don't have to rely on external substance. So you can actually create by yourself. I mean, I saw this TikTok that had me just fuming about there was a woman who was like a black interior decorator, right? And she was so arrogant and anti-white. And she was like, yeah, we can create interior decoration without white people. And she was like popping out different variations like Nubian, whatever the fuck ever, anti-colonial stuff. But nonetheless, the premise of that interior decoration was always white. Have you heard of African interior decoration that predates the conceptualization of an apartment? No, she's still showing like couches and 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 chairs that have implicitly European origins. So everything these anti-white people do is white. And that annoys me so much. Okay. Remember, there's three forms of whiteness. You're stuck in the flesh. And all of these people, all these non-white people, first of all these girls that are like, oh, black girl magic, black excellence, they're speaking in the devil's tongue, so they're speaking inverted, so they're saying pale girl magic. And this is what you get for being racist, because how effing racist can you get? You have what? The 15% stuff. You have black magazines, black award shows, black only theater shows. You have a black national anthem. You're always racist, always openly. You have black departments in your universities. I mean, how racist can you get? How racist can you get? So that suits you. And I know you argue that this and that, but I mean, you can't argue with God. God sees through you. Anyways, that's what you get. You're stuck now. We can open that boulder and go out into the sunlight, and then we'll see that everything is white. Everything has white skin. And I'll show you examples of this, more examples, because I know how stubborn you are. We can also just realize that whiteness is a reference to the lit room of the mind, which means that so-called black people cannot be white in hell, only white people can, which means that Jesus has to come back as a white boy. But he will come back in the bloodline of the Afro-Asiatics, because that's a Semitic and Hamitic bloodline. Moses and the river song, because the Hebrew used to rule Egypt. But I mean, you have Hebrews in Northern Europe as well. I mean, even the islands, the Viking islands of Scotland are called the Hebrides. You have Hibernian, for instance, also. That means Hebrews. So the Vikings are Hebrews. That's the end of that discussion. Don't argue with me with that. And I know these so-called black Hebrew Israelites are racist and they are scared and needs everything to be brown skin because they're just like women, you know. They're complaining about they feel ugly or whatever, they feel left out, like they get no appraisal from this world. But that's how you become easy to control. Anyways, the Hebrews ruled Egypt. That's why pharaohs had titles like queen, because the Hebrews had queens and kings. The Egyptians they had pharaohs. So like the pharaoh Tia, that means queen because she was an Ethiopian Hebrew. Anyway, Skota, remember, it's important that we keep mentioning this. Once again, you can pause this and read uh, the so-called whites, because how does the bloodline go to white people? Well, we have a mixing of the Semitic and Hamitic with the Northern Europe. So the Nordics have the same blood as the North Africans prior to the Arabic colonization and theft of Egypt. Because the Arabs had nothing to do with Egypt. If you think that you're a fool, they don't even have anything to do with being a Moor. Even the concepts themselves, as I told you, I think I told you, to be an Arab means you're in a desert or a desolate place, a place that's absent of water. And to be a Moor means that you are a water people. But anyway, in the Kebra Negas, the ark goes to Ethiopia because they are better than the Jews, which I'm not surprised. If you take a look at the Nordics, people are, more reasonable. They might be more bland, but I mean, at least they're They are trustworthy in a sense. But it also says that the ark goes to a land that's snowy. That's Ethiopia. How do you reconcile this? Snowy and water everywhere, and still it's Ethiopia. How do you reconcile this? You know, it's funny because you all of you talk so much about Ethiopia and these Rastafari people. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go smoke a joint and sit out in the bush. That's how advanced you are. You know, while we we are walking around in snow and you're in some that paradise island and you can't get your shit together. Fuck you. You have to come to us always. We have to help you always. What's wrong with you? I mean, how can you be so useless that you have to go to fucking Sweden to get a grip? When Africa is paradise, when the Caribbean is paradise, what are you doing? And whenever the so-called white farmers of South Africa go away, the whole country collapses. What's going on? But anyway, I suppose God is wrong, right? Anyway, Ethiopia is apparently snowy. That's weird. You cannot get to the Father unless through the Son, because the Son is the Father that has morphed. You see? And Jesus told you this, that he is like the old version of himself. He is the Father. And this is also mind-boggling because if you remember the Matrix, oh, there's a scene where Morpheus is like, take the blue pill or the red pill, and then people use this red pill as some sort of trope of being enlightened. But if you pay attention, man, listen to what he's saying. He's telling you, do you want the blue pill? You will wake up tomorrow. You will be free to believe whatever you want. You will be free. You will wake up. If you take the blue pill, you will wake up. You will be free. So Neo took the wrong pill. The red pill does not lead to freedom. The red pill leads into hell. But Neo feels, of course, the urge to go there because of his function as a savior. But you're supposed to take the blue pill. And now all of these people, they're like, he's red pill. No, listen to the scene. Go back, watch the scene, and you'll see. Okay. Um, yeah, so in that scene with Morpheus and Neo, the famous chair scene, um, I mean, you missed it. It's the blue pill that makes you free, makes you able to choose whatever you want. But if it takes so what they are really telling you is that when you take the red pill, you go into the matrix, but it's inverted. And when he takes the red pill, he sees how deep the rabbit hole goes, which means he goes into a sort of performative reality that is a sort of addition. You can always think of our world as a layer on top of a layer because there's no like external rooms, there's no rooms outside. Everything folds inwards. So our reality is like an extra layer of things, an extra layer of nations, an extra layer of skin, an extra layer of identities. That is why in the Bible, I think it's Romans, they're pretty clear that the Jews of today, they are not the true Jews. They are just Jews outwardly, because they've added on like a layer. And the true Jews, they are Jews inwardly. And if you remember, for instance, that scene with the Swede and the Jew, we are so-called goyim now in this world, and we are foreigners to this world because we don't come from a materialist tradition. But anyway, see, moving on, this was just something that would ended up there. I don't know why I put this here again. Uh, so let's keep going. We were talking about this in a sense when we're talking about the physical appearance of Jesus. We're talking about Jacob's ladder, and yeah. So if we interpret the sort of nature of the universe and creation in terms of physical representation, here you see like a super curly wavelength, and the further down you go, the more it levels out. But that doesn't mean that people with super curly hair are naturally ascended just because they are in a body. No, like this is a holistic um, nature. So everybody has this within them, and everybody has this without them or on the outside of them. So, for instance, sometimes I see pictures of myself and I'll see a violet light beaming on top of my head. Sometimes, or not sometimes, literally every time I look at the moon, I see it beaming purple. And I thought about that. Why is the moon beaming purple? Because the moon in itself has a pale gray green color, right? It shines like slightly green. But then I realized that I'm seeing my own aura when I'm looking out. So everybody, or I mean, maybe not everybody, but you cannot make this into a materialist interpretation because that's you would fool yourself. Talked about Israel and Ethiopia or Gothia, which is the same principle. So yeah, that's the reason why I put the scales here because, as you can tell, um, and if you remember the tradition of Rome, right? They have the red sun on top, just as the like the red sun in on the Japanese flag. Uh, just as the place where I come from is known as Roden, which basically means red, Aten. So this is how we relate to things. So basically, on one hand, we descend from the heavenly realm down and climb down the ladder of Jacob. But on the other hand, we need to balance it out with the world that is building upwards. You see, and remember, Jesus told you, God told you, the I am. Keep that in mind. Uh, Moses split the Red Sea between these two people because he was in between these two people. And he took the way through Ethiopia. In other words, this side. And if you can tell, remember Ethiopia was a sun worshipping originally. They worship the sun and they have an object orientation. So Moses took the way through Ethiopia, or the Ark of the Covenant went to Ethiopia, you see. So he split the ocean and he made a golden path, you see. And if you know what you're looking at, when you are looking at a sunrise, for instance, you would see the Ankh portrayed in that um, phenomena. Moses split the waters, remember Mary on the one side, Scorpio on the other side. And you have the scales, right? The structure of the scales, Taurus or Aleph oversees the Libra. This also happens. Yeah, you can take a look at it from this way, so you realize what Mary Magdalene is. She is like a mirror that mirrors the sort of creation or birth from her sister, that is the ocean. And remember, Moses, he raised Christ to be a copper serpent, so he raised him to be a moon, and that's an act of war. So remember when Morpheus, or which is like symbolic of Moses, he's like, yeah, they blotted out the sun. Well, it was he who did it. That's an act of war. Yeah, and here's me trying to paint you a picture, literally. But yeah, and if you do that, you have to relate instead to the flesh of Christ or Venus, because he's born ruled by that sign, because he's born in, remember, Taurus, Libra, and Gemini. So his sun sign would be Taurus, his moon sign would be uh, Gemini, and his ascendant would be Libra. So this is not like new. I mean, our ancestors have been trying to tell us this for a long time. Like this is I'm pretty sure this is a painting by what's his name? Rembrandt. Rembrandt, Dutch painter. And he basically tells you, because this painting depicts Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and they tell you that the sun is blotted out, you see, with the hat. It's like a boulder in front of the sun, and but his face, she still has light in her face because his face shines on her. Here, Rembrandt is also telling you that there's a branch uh, coming out from the tree. So they are sprouting, basically, which means that through Jesus Christ, they can produce an independent sort of reality and branch out. It's sort of like when your children move out of the house, they branch out, right? It's the same with them. They are sort of transcending. Rembrandt also, because this painting is of course quite old, but it's interesting that he put skyscrapers in it, which is a bit anachronistic. So he's sort of like telling us, he's giving us like a futuristic uh, time of this occurrence. But anyway, Moses split the waters, then raised Christ to copper serpent or moon. We talked about this extensively, so I think we can move on. And if you remember, I showed you this example from the movie Ad Astra about the guy who is like, yeah, it's really black on the far side of the moon. But still, he's showing you that he has white skin when he is in the light. But if you relate to the moon like a negation and negate the flesh of Christ, who is the copper serpent now, then you will be stuck on the far side of it. You see? Because we are all on the far side of this, on the anterior side of this boulder in front of the sun. So Jesus' flesh is instead the source of substance, because he says, eat from me." But he eats in a negative manner, which goes against the instruction of Genesis. He eats in a negative manner of the white body because black is a negation of white. So he eats in the manner of do not eat from the tree of knowledge. You see? So his action, unbeknownst to him, constitutes his placement or his displacement on the far side of the moon. And this happens in his mind. This happens in everybody's mind. There's nothing outside of mind. So the reason why he can't see it and the reason why he doesn't understand that his own action constitutes his own consequence is because the consequence is blackness, and blackness is absence of light. So how can you see it if everything is dark? You see, if everything is black, and that light denotes knowledge, so it's an epistemic light. So how can you know if you don't know? You see? So the moment he knows, he stops being black. The moment he knows, as I'm showing you now that you have white skin, and I've been showing you continuously that you are white. The moment he knows that, he has to stop being black. But if he continues on being black, even though he's being shown the truth, he makes an active choice, and then he can be judged. You see? That's why they don't. Because the moment these news break to the world, then the whole world can be judged. Not because of some man who made this stuff up, which you could reduce Jesus to, but because uh, we are then if you are aware of it and you still participate in what is not true, then you're actively engaging in a disharmonious communication within the body of God. In other words, you would be like, imagine you were a tree in a network of trees in the forest. You would be like one of the trees is communicating the opposite to the other trees. You see? You would be like a cancer tumor that has to feed on another body. And that action itself constitutes uh, that life form because you don't have to feed of anything. I mean, uh, the creation is so abundant that you don't have to do that. And that is what Jesus basically knew when he was like, you have to forgive people because they don't know what they're doing. And they don't know the consequence of it. And because, I mean, I can sit there and rant all I like, but I mean, and I get threatened with physical violence or with police or, but I mean, how can I ever come close to the effects of the body of God and its defense mechanisms. You understand? So that's why I need to warn people as well. But anyway, this is extremely important because I told you this is day, this is night, this is the sun, symbolically, this is the moon. These are the moon people, these are the sun people, for obvious reasons. First of all, he doesn't show at nighttime. Second of all, he's like adapted to be, or he's naturally he doesn't burn in the sun. I mean, we need to like adapt. It takes me like 1 or 2 days to really be in tune with like intense sun. If I go to like Africa or something, I need a few days to like gently move into that. But after that, it's fine, you know. I don't burn, but I need to nonetheless gently move into the laws, the sort of like the laws of God in daytime. So this what you must understand. This is in the Bible. They have broken the covenant with the day, and they're trying to break the covenant with the night because that's why they're so anti-white. That's why they're coming after us because the day is gone. He's black now, so and no day is black. So he's breaking his own covenant by calling himself black. So he's out of the picture, and it's just us left holding on to the last of the light. That is why they're coming after us so aggressively. I even saw a clip today, which is mind blowing. There was a girl. She called uh, being blonde. She called body fascism. What? She called being blonde body fascism. That's what it's gotten to. That's how aggressively they're coming for us. But anyway, so when they have destroyed so-called white people, the covenant of night is gone. That's it. Then you have broken your covenant with God. Then God won't have your back anymore. We talked about this already. I don't know, these are like leftover notes. Uh, the Ethiopians and the alliance, it's important to keep understanding these people, especially if you can do a little bit digging on the Alan people and like the Mithraic people and the Zoroastrians and these religions that have the same structure as the Ethiopian. For instance, the imperfect verb of NASA means he will lift, he will raise. So remember the first guy who went to the moon, his name was Aldrin, which means that he has Alanic roots, the Nordics. So it's still the Jews are still running things behind uh, the scenes. Of course, not the Jews that are in Israel that are pretending to be Jews, but you know what I mean. And remember to bear. So now here we're talking about the people that are going into space, that are basically taking a lap, as I told you, the bouncer, that are branching out, that are going to like walk through space or explore space. They relate to Jesus as the light of the Gentiles, as the bear, the Christ, or the light bearer. And they want you to think that Lucifer is evil, and the function of Lucifer is evil because they don't want you along, simply put. And that's the reason why in the movie Ad Astra they keep amulets of Saint Christopher. And it's important for the same reason that they have amulets of Saint Christopher, because he's the saint of the travelers. Also, if you remember, for instance, the movie with Orlando Bloom when he's a crusader, what's it called? Uh, yeah, but the Ridley Scott movie, they also exit from Jerusalem through the gates of Christopher. Also, if you go to like Sevilla, you go into their enormous cathedral. You enter through the gates of Saint Christopher. So, and he's known to carry people across the Jordan to and to and fro. That's important because I think it's because the flesh of Jesus is Christopher, but that's just my opinion. We're not gonna get too deep into that. I'll make a separate video about that, what that means. The word Christopher means Christ bearer. So he basically bears the message of Christ. Remember Jacob's ladder? He's dreaming. And whenever the Bible or God is talking about dreams, our ancestors are leaving something for us that cannot be misinterpreted. Because whenever there's a metaphor of a dream, that means that it is something that takes place only in our mind. Because a dream only happens in our mind, right? So God is telling us, like, for instance, you can separate, for instance, intrinsic and institutional properties, which means that some things have only institutional properties, which means that we made them up, like money or whatever. We ascribe meaning to things that is purely an hallucination in order to like have a less abstract reality. But those purely institutional properties, they happen only in a dream world. So they don't remain if we were to cut the lights, so to speak, they wouldn't remain. Of course, things have intrinsic properties like that remain. Like we could describe meaning to a stone. We could say that this stone is worth 1 million. And that is an institutional property of the stone. But if we just leave it around, it still have properties that remain. So that is what they're telling you. Like, you remember when the art world is going so crazy with all these so-called white people that are losing their minds, and all these black people mimicking these white people losing that are also losing their minds because they appreciate the fact that they can just be mediocre and do whatever and still make a lot of money. Ironically, of course, taxpayer money, so they're always feeding off of other people, like the pathology of a cancer tumor. But the point I'm trying to make is that they'll have like they'll like duct tape a banana to a wall and price it 1 million. That is only happening in the dream world, of course. Because first of all, bananas, not only are bananas free, but the the they're free in a way that predates money. You see? They're not free because of a negation of money or a negation of a culture. They're free because God put them there for us in a sort of virgin state of being. So God is telling you in the case of Jacob and in the case of Joseph, Joseph is extremely important because Joseph also means an addition. That name, Yasaf, means to add. So, and he's having a dream, remember, when the angel comes to him, which means that God is telling us that this dream world is just an addition, it's just a layer that you're hallucinating. So, for instance, all of these fake Jews that just put on weird clothes and pretend that they are Jewish, that's an added hallucination. But God is also telling us or hinting very clearly at that addition is going to not only collapse and be destroyed, um, but we don't need Joseph to create. You see, if you follow the Holy Spirit, you don't need that additional world to create, because that means that you're stuck in it. Anyway, uh, misspelled. So if the ladder stands against the sun in this performative idealism or this dream world, then who is closest to the sun and who is furthest away from the sun? That's pretty clear. The people who can be in the sun most are, of course, symbolically closer, while we would be further away on the edge of things. You see? So we are basically here at the bottom of this ladder. We are holding the ladder. That is why they call the Vikings the Ring Kings, because we're at the ring of the sun. We're still holding it. Here's the fold, you see? So the ladder is basically taking place inside of the sun. And we are at the borders of we so-called white people are at the border of the ladder. So you have to go through us in order to get in. But you negate the beginning of the ladder because you think that you're black or non-white, so you're stuck. You're not getting in, and this whole place folds. And that's how humble Jesus is because he's the furthest down uh, on the ladder. Sorry, misspelled. So the Muslims, for instance, they worship the far side of it. They worship the black stone because their religion is that of the devil. Of course, they're not aware of. We talked about that. So here we go. So imagine that there's a ladder that goes down, but within the sun to the edge, and those that are furthest out are obviously those that are the most pale, and there is where it folds, and you negate their flesh, which means that you end up here on the far side of it, in a place where light is slowly fading. So if you remember, he dies at the bottom of the ladder because Jesus has to also seal uh, the ladder itself, so you can't climb it unless you eat of the flesh of the Son of Man. Because of course, why wouldn't you defend your own kind, your own people? and defend the heaven. I mean, I know these people try to constantly say you cannot be like nationalistic, you cannot have a family, but you must understand that if you cannot defend your own family, yourself, your own city, your own neighborhood, your own nation, how could you ever defend heaven? You see? And this is what all of these things about the immigration and stuff is in the spirit realm. Anyway, this is important because when he climbs down here and he blocks the sun, becomes a dead tree, and closes, they remember Jesus in the Rembrandt painting, he had on the hat that blocked the sun. This is basically it. So his face is on this anterior side, uh, as a dead tree. And as long as he's around, you can keep walking in the dark. But eventually you are going to have to remove that boulder and begin the ascension. If you remember Ryan Gosling, I told you he always plays basically the same parts. His name means duckling. And the duckling in uh, or Gosling in Egyptian mythology, that's a reference to Amun. Because since we are a part of that covenant, that family, we can glide on the black water. You see, we can ride on a boat across. We're the ring kings and the rowing kings. We can float on this black water. You see, and this movie, I mean, you have to pay attention sometimes because you talk so much shit, and they keep calling us like Caucasian and stuff, which is like such a an unsophisticated racist thing. But of course, black people can't be racist, obviously. And yet, they keep doing the exact same stuff. In this movie, The Notebook, they literally tell you, I think her name is Hamilton. I think his name is Hammond. Is the guy she has a relationship with, I think, and leaves to be with him. So these are Hamites. It's literally there in their name. Ham. They're Hamitic. His name is Calhoun, which I told you, whenever you have Cal, that's a gypsy name. Means dove, cornerstone. As in the cornerstone that people rejected, that God chose. And the Hamitic is applied to Berber, Cushitic, Egyptian branches of the Afro-Asiatic language family. So these are from the Afro-Asiatic family tree. And I don't know why you can't see it, but if you can, I mean, you can see it with her. If you even watch that movie, not that I would know, but there's a scene when she turns around, when she's walking across like a jetty or something, and you basically capture. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I've heard that you capture. you you can see a quick glance of her behind, you know. Not that I would know. I wouldn't know. I would never, ever. But then I mean, you can tell, okay, that there's some genetics going on there, right? Um, this is basically how they look like if you pale them out, and you become like the evening sun, a pale evening sun, reddish. Of course, she doesn't remember. That is why he has to keep continuously read her the notebook and retell her story. Uh, because remember, the Ethiopians and the Hamitic Semitic family tree has a large branch of so-called white people that look white. And yeah, so these are not Caucasian. These people are native to Africa. And they went into Europe, founded Europe together with the rest of their family tree, and then they moved to America and with the rest of their family tree. And in America, they got separated by those so-called Jews of today who founded the NAACP or whatever it's called, who keep pushing these separatist uh, theories. So basically, these are the last children of the sun, because the rest of you are called non-white or non-light, you're called black and non-white and whatever. And that includes, of course, the Asians who are also children of the sun. And but he has to keep reading her the notebook or the memory because, as they tell you in the hospital, she's sundowning. Uh, so she's losing her light, and they tell you that her name is Ali Hammond, which means that she's Alan. They're telling you, even in that movie with where the devil gives him his wishes, we talked about Bedazzled. Her name is Allison. You need to pay attention. Uh, but Jesus has overcome the world intellectually as well, not just in some abstract religious sense. Yeah, so there was a small portion that got cut off from. So we were on this picture. So I thought I should move on. I think we might have been on this one, but I can feel that there are some things we need to like sort of clarify and take speak over and over again. Because remember, these are so-called Hamites that come from the Semitic, Hamitic, Afro-Asiatic family tree. And that is where they sort of get you. They separate the family tree by applying these identities on us. They separate us into black and white and so on. And of course, people engage in these separations. So I'm not justifying, or I'm not, or sorry, I'm not taking away the autonomy of each individual. I mean, you can still choose. Everybody needs to choose to partake in these identities, such as black or white or Jewish or Israelite or whatever. But you see, they all have an original form. So a great way, I think I mentioned this, but it's a great way to get a broad overview of things, of the reality that is in place now and operates as a system of thought and seeing, is that you can think of the world with each nation and each identity as a sort of map. And if you and then you put out that map and you move up around within that map of thought and seeing, and there you have nations like America or the US, sorry, Sweden or whatever, Ethiopia, right? Israel, Russia, China, and so on. But there is also a map under that map, you see. And that map also have all these identities and epithets. So in the map that is under the current map or behind the current map, we have concepts like white people, Ethiopians, Israelites, Hebrews, and so on and so forth. And in that original map that is being interrupted and rewritten by this current map, we are not the only white people. As a matter of fact, we are a sprout of white people, you see. So we're missing out two major components at least. One that's Asian, that's present in Asia, and one that is so-called black people that belong to the same family, you see. So you must understand that this current map is sort of like another analogy that's useful. It's sort of like a translation of a source text or an original text or original system of thought, of seeing and conceptualizing that is revising its history to it and claiming to be the original. But for instance, we can take these the sun analogies. We can also use them. This the eclipsed sun is the map we are in now, in which your mind structures itself in accordance with the concept of white people and of non-white people. White people, just as Ryan Gosling said, since we are a part of the original white people, you see in the white sun here, but we are on the outskirts of it because for obvious reasons. We live in more like temperate areas. We are a bit more sensitive to the sun, so we live further away from the core of it. So when it folds and you add a new map, cover that map, eclipse it, our light from the previous one is still sipping through, you see? Which means that we can row or we can take a boat on these dark waters. So we can travel with the boat around, around. They can't really get to us, you see? But in order for you to stay trapped in your own mind, they need to reduce us. That is why they are affirming blackness and non-whiteness so aggressively. Why they're giving you all the commercials and stuff because you're meant they want you to inherit this sort of hell version of the world. You see, there's a reason why the Catholic priests have one white collar and a black body, a black congregation. Of course, most of them don't know how to apply the Bible because they're not chosen to see it. And when you try to apply the Bible, they become scared because that threatens their hegemonic state as the interpreter, you see? But anyway, this is a good, these are some good analogies for you to understand what's going on. So these people are a part of the white people on the original map. And when you add another map, they can still move about on that map as white and keep that light open, keep the door open so you can see that there is still light coming from someplace. You see? Remember, Jesus, he stands on a boat, so he's showing you he's from the people of the dead. You see? He's from the so-called blackamoors. He's from the so-called Lake Ethiopia, or the white Ethiopians. He's from that Afro-Asiatic, Semitic, Hamitic bloodline. You see? Just like him. His name in this movie is Calhoun. That means that he is of so-called gypsy descent. Their names are Hamilton and Hammond, which means that they're Hamites, which means that they're not Caucasian. They did not come by ways of Caucasia. They lived in Africa until the Arabs basically pushed most of them out, or they had already started to migrate. But these people are a part of the royal Hebrew bloodlines, you see? But the Jewish people and the Hebrews of early European Christendom, they changed and they stopped being Jewish. They became Christian and Catholics. And they began as Orthodox Catholics together with the people you refer to as so-called black people. And the reason being is because those people that took over the Jewish identity, they were really dark and foul. They did not have any love. I mean, if you read their books, you realize they're completely insane. I mean, if you realize what they're doing, like they're putting up fishing lines across Manhattan so they can do stuff on the Sabbath, you see? And that's why they hated Jesus, because Jesus came around and said, basically, relax, you're already in heaven, because he understood the nature of God. Some of these people that institute all of these rules and make you believe that you have to perform stuff in order to get to heaven, like the Muslims or the, the so-called Jews today that stand around wailing and they like repeat the Torah over and over again and or they like bow down 5 times a day. They're completely insane. Okay, there's one thing to pretend to have a relationship with God and one to actually seek it. All right, and I'm not surprised why the bloodlines kept being alive among these people because a lot of them were living in the north, in like the Scottish Isles and the Nordics, and you couldn't get to them. How can you get to them? First, can you imagine back then? You would have to first go across, go sail the North Atlantic. I mean, first of all, that, and then you would have to actually uh, come onto these islands and these places that were highly guarded by peoples who had roots from, ships from the Egyptian state. Highly sophisticated Viking ships, highly sophisticated ocean warfare tradition. I mean, even today, when the entire American fleet had an exercise against had a war games against Sweden, one diesel fueled Swedish submarine defeated the entire Atlantic Navy of USA. So you see, they're experts at ocean warfare. So you would have to break through like uh, fleets with Vikings in order to get to them. And then you would have to, get to them at land too. And you can't like get to Sweden unless you go through Kattegat or the so-called Cat Gate, which is literally next to Jutland or Judaland in Denmark. So you couldn't really get to these people. So I'm not surprised that the bloodline went there. And then, of course, the bloodline went to America. And you can't get to America. How can you destroy America? But anyway, the importance is that the uh, the light is still alive. The bloodlines, the Hebrew bloodlines are still alive. And they're also alive among the so-called black people and so-called Asians. But the problem is that when we are active within language, it's not just about the blood as a sort of vehicle of a DNA. It's also about language and spells. So even though the blood and the DNA is also active in the other parts of the Semitic, Hamitic, Afro-Asiatic bloodline and family tree, they are considered non-white, you see? And they have accepted that identity, even though they are originally a white people, because they're people of the sun. Even take a look at this girl here. You'll see that her head, she's a redhead, but you see she shines white. Everything on her has a white skin. And when the sunlight hits even the blackest of water, it has white skin, like these white ducks, which are symbolic of somebody that can float on these waters. You see? Which is of course a reference to him because that's his name, Gosling. So he keeps playing characters that are constantly hinting at stuff, you know. I mean, obviously he's not all too clear, aware of it, but uh, that's a lot to ask, perhaps. But he's clearly a vehicle of prophetic messages, or like a pawn, maybe, like a props. But anyway, so this is important to know that you constitute your own displacement behind this boulder because you and the people that call themselves black and non-white, you are literally negating the flesh of your own people, which is reducing it because you're so aggressively pushing us out, especially in Europe. I mean, what's going on in Europe? People are openly anti-white now, even though some places in Europe were like the last places of like reason, you would think. But a lot of these women there have lost their minds, and a lot of these so-called white women are rapidly losing their minds because they're not a part of this. They're not supposed to be white. It's only these people that come from. I mean, I'm not saying these three in particular because they're actual people. They have autonomy, they're persons. I don't know any of them, but symbolically speaking, uh, it's only the people from that tradition, the original white tradition, and the most so-called white women are not, and they're aggressively losing their minds. I shouldn't laugh because it's a bit, tragic, but see how they behave. And they will protect immigrants and people that are considered to be non-white when they are like gangster rappers and stuff like that. And they like get sentenced to jail. They do this horrifying stuff. Like uh, there's such a deep evil hiding among women right now. But it expresses itself in a negative sense. So you have to understand the nature of our different genders as well, our different sexes. Uh, because their evil is not positive in the way that men's are. You see, they will hide behind the negation of objects in order to practice that exact same thing. So they will in public negate anti-racism in order to hide in the shadow of racism, in order to be racist. They'll do stuff like this. You can't trust people up front. You need to pay attention because they might testify about the opposite of what they're doing, right? And a lot of them are so aggressively proposing these structures and systems of so-called black and white in order for them to keep uh, keep it intact. Because as long as they are white and you are black, you have to come to them perceptually. You have to ask them in order to be black, which is perverse because we're all white. We're all free. We're all under the sun. You see? So these like concepts happen in each individual mind. Uh, and the reason why some people they they defend these systems so aggressively when you derive whiteness and blackness from the flesh is because they want to keep that economy of substance, that substantialist economy intact. They want you to keep begging for stuff. They want to be the source, okay? But that's not natural. And if you know, like most of these white people, they are fairly reasonable. I come from Sweden. That's like the epicenter of so-called white people. And I know, like, they are not interested in like ruling or to like control, or they just want to like fish, read poetry and read books and write and act and hunt and do sports. They're fairly simple and they're sort of kind, and they're so some people are sort of plain, and but they don't shy away from the sun. They love being in the sun because they're children of the sun. So the moment the sun breaks out in the spring, you'll see them out everywhere sunbathing. They don't shy away from the sun, you see. So don't let them separate us, uh, because we're just symbolically symbolic representations of our disposition on the ladder of Jacob. So the ladder of Jacob is in the sun. So what our ancestors did, they looked at the sun and they see the relational instruction that the sun is an unbroken whole. So you can apply that, the way the sun function and the way it has a relationship to us and our seeing and our existence. So even if the ladder stands against the sun, it still takes place within the sun. So if you can imagine there's a core, sun core that it stands against here. And the further down you climb it, the paler and paler you become. You see? Which, remember, Jesus, he humbled himself. Remember? So Jesus is at the edge. He stands on the boat here. He's the door, you see? And he had to do that so his light could come around. So he can teach us while we are stuck in this shadow of death, while we have, while we only reference flesh as perceptual substance for our social community, which is the inside of the walls of Eden or Jerusalem, you can also say, although Jerusalem has a deep correlation to Venus. So the point I'm trying to make, I don't know where I was going with it, but the point I'm trying to make is while we are in the grave, and the flesh of Jesus acts as a spirit that that reverses the spirit of the flesh. And I actually read this today because I'm in Romans now, and you know what? Let me get it because they actually they actually speak it out loud in Romans. Okay, let's see. Okay, remember the what I told you, uh, that if you eat from the apple of life, from knowledge, you have to digest, you have to back off. So the people of knowledge, within this family, this original Egyptian tradition, Hebrew Egyptian tradition, the people of knowledge that eat from knowledge, they have to back up and digest, and they always become paler and paler. And they become that so they can embody the outskirts of our people, because then they can not only give contrast, but they can measure the core of our people. You see? So that is why when you see these movies that depict ancient Egypt, since the semantics is inverted, they always show you so-called white people as the gods of Egypt, and they always show you Thoth or Jehuti as a so-called black man. But it's the opposite, because Thoth means death. And if you eat from the light, you have to digest and back off, and you become one of the dead. One of the people that looks like the mummies, you see? And the reason why their skin is pale, remember? So it doesn't reflect sunlight in the same way. If you look at her head here, you see uh, she looks white because of the sun. But if that hits her skin here, at some point she's so pale, so you don't know if it is her skin that's shining or if it's the reflection of light. So, which means that her skin is so-called black. It's absent of sun shimmer. Just like when you're in the grave and your skin is black, you're absent of sun shimmer. Am I getting through? So when we are in the grave, we are not the black ones anymore. You see? Another people are the black ones. And all these movies are taking place here in the grave, where the semantics is inverted. We are in a matrix, but we have to go through the boulder, roll it away, go through it, into light, into the chambers that Jesus has prepared. And those chambers or those rooms that Jesus has prepared, they are sociologies, which means that white people, the new white people, will come from all different shapes and forms to form one new white people That is the purpose with Jesus, why he died for us to have something uh, while we're stuck here. But remember, the flesh of Jesus is not the end game. That was just uh, for the time being, basically, or for those people that have a problem to relate to more abstract spiritual ideas or that are only in the flesh, because there are people that are just they're like young. They only understand the body, they don't know how to act outside of the flesh. But that that doesn't mean that they are bad or evil. I mean, or more correctly, they might be evil, but that doesn't mean that God doesn't help them. You see, it's like saying, remember what Jesus said. He said, "You only love those that help you." And there are people like that. But that also implies that he helps everybody because he is not like that. You see? And you know how people are. They only help you, or they're only nice when they feel good about themselves. So whenever they feel bad about themselves, they're out in the world and they causing trouble and ruckus because they are not happy with their own situation. But I mean, I'm not like that, and I know some people that are not like that. Like people have no clue about my suffering, none whatsoever. They're always like, yeah, but you're always doing good and this and that. You always look good, happy, smiling. Yeah, but they have no clue the mental strain and spiritual strain. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this is literally in the Bible. Because remember, so yeah, back to the point. So the point is that these movies about Egypt, ancient Egypt, Thoth is always the pale one. He's always the so-called white one, the so-called ethnic white one. So he's always a pale, while the other so-called gods are more leaning towards the brown skin. Because in order for him to think a people, he needs to be slightly outside of the people, but still a part of them. How can I, how can I explain it? How can I explain it any better? But you see, the problem is he has trapped you because remember also, tot means death. Because thinking and defining something kills it. Then you need to revive it. And that is a deep abstract uh, proposition, I know, and I won't get into it. But you can think about semiotics, and you can think about what happens when you define things. Uh, you can think a bit about that, but I'm not going to dive into it. But you see, Tot is outside. He's on this ring here, thinking his people. You see, so don't be too hard on yourself. I mean, how it's not super easy to outthink the gods of thinking, right? And that's why you will not outthink the so-called white man. It just won't happen. It just won't happen because he's already set the stage for thinking. So it's like, and Jesus has basically tricked all of us. But I mean, not his followers, because he tend to his flock. But he's tricked the world of the evil in such a way that it's hard to explain. But maybe you'll see it someday, the way I have seen it. I hope. Because when he says, I have overcome the world, that does not just mean his supernatural way of rising from the dead. He's also intellectually overcome the world by putting things in place that need to unfold uh, and need to basically collapse. But before that, we need to redeem people as white. And I keep saying this: if you think that you're black, you're not. You're white. If you think that you're non-white, if you're so-called Asian or whatever, you're not. You're white. And I don't mean because you look a certain way. No, I'm telling you, everybody is white. But the people that keep investing in the flesh in order to live out and manifest their deep, low spirits, their racism and all of these things, they need to get trapped in blackness and follow along with their decisions. Okay? And if you feel like you can't stop hating other people because of how they look, you need to snap out of it. Or you follow along and don't complain. Follow that choice. But this is like the end game is getting close, you know? But anyway, so when we fall into this materialist optics and we don't eat from the substance of the whiteness of our mind, our sinless mind, or from the sun, we instead eat from the negation of the flesh of the other, which is against which is literally against the first instruction of the Bible that makes us fall out of Eden, which is good because some people need to get the F away because they keep making fear-based choices and on the cost of other people. So they need to get away from Eden. Uh, but the point I'm trying to make is when that happens and we instead eat the flesh of the other, wait. And then Jesus has to come in and be like, yeah, you know what? You can eat from my flesh because I'm considered white. Okay? You can still keep that substance intact. I will keep our traditions intact because I'm born of a virgin, in which you don't have to eat from somebody else in order to create or be natural or be existing in harmony with God. But the point I'm trying to make is it's literally outlined here. Because remember, if you are one of the dead, that means you come from a tradition in which you have eaten from light, so you have to digest and become pale and moonwalk. Remember? And if you have substance in that structure, it's outlined here in Romans. So if you go to Romans 8:10, I think it's Paul, he says, "And if Christ be in you, the body is dead because of sin." So if light be in you, the body is dead because of sin. If substance is in you, the body has become one of the dead. But the spirit is life because of righteousness. So if you relate to Jesus as the source of substance, if his flesh, like if you see a crucifix or a depiction of Jesus and you relate to him as God, that image, the flesh of Jesus, his white flesh, then you are one of the dead because you're eating from the apple. Remember? You relate to his flesh through negation because you are not Jesus, you see? But you are also not Jesus, and that is why it continues. Uh, Talking about the spirit, but the spirit is life because of righteousness. So he he keeps the spirit alive. And that is thanks to his mom, because how he came about. They might not say that out loud, but that is why they're so eager. But to be frank, these devil people that want to destroy the church from within the church, uh, they are intellectual, but they're not that smart, you know. So they will look at the virgin birth of Mary, and they'll see it like it's very unnuanced, and they'll go like, "Oh, she was a physical woman doing a physical birth." And while that might be true, it is also obvious that it is an epistemic instruction on how to conceptualize of your creative agency. So, for instance, Mary, before she conceptualizes of her creative agency, before she can observe herself giving birth to Jesus, she has not known a man, meaning she has no knowledge from something she perceives to be outside of her. So let's say she sits here and she wants to conceptualize of her female identity. She's like, how do I go about understanding what a woman is? How do I understand what I am? And how do I go on then to create? Maybe she wants to paint paintings or do movies or write or whatever. How do I go on in life and do creative acts? As in maybe giving birth to Jesus or be giving birth to Emmanuel or the harmonious state of being with God. Because remember, spirit informs itself, and that constitutes the contents of it, the object of its own contents. So spirit always informs itself through knowledge. And that is what we call the universe, basically. But anyway, so she looks to him. If she looks to him and says, well, I have to know him first and negate whatever he is. He has a chest, no boobs. He has a slight beard, uh, broader shoulders, bigger arms. Is that how you conclude to what she is, the negative form of him? Of course not. So how does she know? Because if she turns to him and she goes, "Okay, I will be like Eve. I will create, and my creative observation will create the concept of me through the negation of him, flesh from flesh." Then she has to first accept the premise that they are separate. You see? So she has to first, before she does that, before she negates him, she has to first accept the fact, imply the implicit premise that they are actually separated. So she performs a creative act first by separating them. You see? That is the act of Mary Magdalene. That is not the act of Mary the Virgin. Because Mary the Virgin has not known a man. And as the verse implies, it's about knowledge. So imagine if this girl was a feminist today, right? And we all know the feminist. We all know the people that are out protesting, saying that they embody love and equality and tolerance and stuff, and they're blatantly lying. But it's hard to get to them intellectually because they steal these concepts and claim them. Let's say she was a feminist. So the feminist, she comes about through the negation of a patriarch. So she has to first create that concept in her head in order to negate the patriarch. which means that in as opposed to Mary the Virgin, the feminist has to conceptualize of herself after knowing a man. So Mary says, "How can this be? I have not known a man." The feminist says, "How can this?" The feminist says, "I have known a man, and I have negated him." So she lives in the shadow of him. You see? So this is where the feminist lives. She lives in the shadow of the male form. The reason why there's a boulder here is because when you negate the flesh of somebody, the light doesn't reach. It's a shadow, it's a negative light. So, anyway, on a metaphysical level, it's impossible to be both Christian and feminist. And because if you go against how Mary conceives of Jesus, then you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. And that is the only sin that's not forgiven. But you don't understand what sin means. Sin means to take knowledge from an object within creation. Because why would you need that when you embody the creation, you see? So, but that is fine because of course you can do that because not everybody is completely in tune or in harmony, and of course we should explore creation. But if you inform yourself of your existence through the negation of an object you have already separated yourself from, uh, you perform a sin that is unlike a white sin, it becomes a black sin. In other words, the reason being is because you relate to a life form within creation as if you're attached to its host body. Then you become like your pathology, your relational pathology becomes that of a cancer. And the body of God, which is the universe, has defense mechanisms in place, even for your mind. You see, your mind is not outside of your biological reality or your biological realism. So it's not just that we get like the flu or we get, if we fall, we hurt ourselves. It's not it's not just that. There's also perceptual mechanisms in place, defense mechanisms. That is why that sin is not forgiven. But anyway, I think we went through this. The reason why Ali is sundowning, which also ought to tell you that she has roots from northwest China via Persia, via Europe, and then to America via the Alan people. So this is like a mix of people coming from Asia and people coming from Egypt and Europe. You see? But anyway, she's sundowning because we are the last whites left. And ironically, the devil has made you hate us, made non-white people hate us so much. And you're reducing the light of your own people. You're destroying your own identity. Because then he doesn't have to do anything. I mean, if you destroy your own people and your own identity, why does he have to do anything? Anyway, uh, so when Jesus descends into so-called the whiteness of today, which is blackness, he comes into pale flesh. in order, just like Morpheus morphs into Neo, remember? Just like that Swedish boy in the Tron movie, the Swedish American, he gets new clothes when he goes into the Matrix. Remember? Behind this boulder is the Matrix. So, what you must understand in the movie, I think I forgot to tell you, is like Morpheus is the embodiment of a people that came from Egypt with these Hebrew old traditions and helped the people of like Nordic Europe because they're relatives and married into them. Because if, as you remember, Morpheus saves Neo from the Matrix so that Neo can save him. Remember? Because they catch Morpheus. So Morpheus is like, okay, so basically the people that are so-called black today, there parts of them, they were like, okay, we need to uplift these people because in accordance with our own plan, we will be considered black. So we need to introduce them to these things. We need to get Neo out of the Matrix. So and save him so that he can save us. And that is what Jesus did. That is what Jesus is white. And now you're trying to change him into being black. But the moment you do that, the whole semantic structure collapses. Anyway, so Jesus basically tells you, uh, I have overcome the world. Because they didn't think that those bloodlines could reincarnate into so called white flesh. How could they without breaking the bloodline? Without mixing? It is because parts of that bloodline are, are so called white people, but they are like on the outskirts of everything. They're like far away. It's just fairly recently they came into the picture because the bloodlines went there, you see. You're way too stuck in the flesh. You have to understand that the blood is in so-called white people. And that is why they are so predominantly good at things. Anyway, so Jesus did not just overcome the world in supernatural ways, he did it also in intellectual ways. In other words, he overcome like the devil was like, okay, but I will stage the whole story, and I will put out props, and I'll tell the story through the body. You see, I will make it like a theater, and each body will represent one part of this divine spiritual story. And he'll be like, okay, so black people represent this, white people represent that, and so on. Uh, so the devil is just retelling the same stories, right? He cannot create new stories, so he's just retelling new stories in a smaller scale, in which he gets the credit for being God because he keeps referring to himself. It's I'm the causation. It's me. You see? So he set the stage and he's like, yeah, well, I mean, look at you, Morpheus. You can't embody whiteness here. And he's like, guess what? You forgot about those people over there. And he's like, oh no, I forgot about the white Ethiopians. Yeah, they tried to kill Selassie to destroy the bloodline of David. They tried to castrate the Ethiopian women coming to Israel, trying everything, but I mean, they forgot a part of the people. A bit wild people, but you know. So Jesus is like, I've overcome the world, don't worry. Uh, because he can be 3 times white. like Hermes. But anyway, I think that's where we left it off. Oh no, we had these parts as well. And don't mind that she's particularly that she's brown skin because but I just wanted to show you the form of who can stand in front of the sun as a boulder. Okay? This is important. But you must understand that the woman that did this, that folded, she was pale. So you see, but she came from these people with the fluff. Because remember, when Jesus healed the blind, he was like, "What do you see?" And he's like, "I see people, and they look like trees." So we're all trees of knowledge. We all give away light for your mind to structure itself. Um, and as you can tell, these trees resemble that fluff. But remember that Miriam, the tribe of Mary, was outside of the camp because she spoke against Moses. You see, she did not tend to her ancestral vineyard, and she was pale white. Remember, these trees that grow in the north, what grows on them? Because I know these people keep nagging on about melanin and stuff, but on these trees grows a mushroom uh, that has 100%, 100% of the active ingredient is melanin. So nature, even nature tells us that don't look at the surface of things because this one produces extremely high levels of melanin, but it's still pale, you see, and the fluff is slightly less dense. So even nature tells us, and God tells us that we are the embodiment of these trees. Anyway, because if you descend into a moon, uh, like Christ, you become like a receptacle. Anyway, you can read this. And this is the importance of, remember Jesus, he's standing on a boat, which is a reference to him being a rowing person, somebody in a boat when he's teaching. And he also comes around the boulder as Venus, because that is the planet that dictates his reincarnation, according to the ancient Egyptians and according to all Jewish traditions, that Venus and Mercury are always in alignment with the Shekinah. Of course, the Muslims stole this symbol because face it, they steal everything. They stole the Arabic Peninsula, they stole Palestine, they stole Lebanon, they stole Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, Mauritania, parts of Sudan, Spain, now Germany, England. That's all they do because they're a negation of the light, you see. So they're like the shadow of light. So they will just keep stealing and stealing and stealing and stealing and acting out their deeply perverted and dark religion. And the reason why a lot of Muslim places are alright is because the people in them still have the light of God in them. Uh, so they don't act out what they are allowed to act out. But if you were to act out what the the religion of Islam licenses, then you could sleep with children, you can rape children, you can have 4 wives. You can take sex slaves. You can tax people that are not Muslim. You can lie to people that are not Muslim. You can force them to do things. You're allowed to hit women. You're not you're allowed to perform abortions. You're not allowed to adopt. And you think that it's that babies can go to hell. You don't perceive yourself to be loved by God. Why wouldn't you be loved by God? If you're born, you're loved by God. And that you have to perform these tasks in order to get to heaven. That's the structure of a demonic religion. Because anybody that says you have to do this and that, and if you do it, you get to heaven, that is like a textbook tool to hide evil, you see? Then, if you're a Muslim, you're nothing more than these so-called leftist Marxists that have 5 different hair colors and pierce their nipples and stuff, and have like septum rings that hide behind uniform. And then they behave however they want. Exactly the same with the Muslims. But it's exactly the same with the clergy as well, the Christian clergy. Just because they wear like liturgical clothes, they think they can behave however they want, like the Italians. Fuck those priests. You know how deeply corrupt they are. It's the same. But the point is, with Christianity, had they have problems because Christianity and Catholicism, they have codes within them that make it impossible in the long run to be unrighteous, while Islam makes it possible to have law and practice open law that is still deeply evil, especially against women. I don't understand how. And a lot of women will be like, yeah, but my husband, he's sweet. Yes, but because he is that. He has the light of God in him. It's not thanks to Islam. Wherever Islam goes, things get worse. Can't you see? Look at Europe. Look at Europe. Wherever Islam goes, things get worse. Anyway, I think this is where the where the other part continues. Uh, yes. So I'm gonna cut it there and patch this together with the other recordings. Anyway, so when that happens, when we sort of close the door in our minds, Jesus comes around in his flesh and he's like, you can eat from me temporarily. And unless you do it, then, you know. And also the instruction of eating from the tree of knowledge that is now Jesus is in the first book of the Bible, but you have to read it in the optics of spirit. And spirit is always the object of its own contents, which means that the words, who are also spirit, they are referencing themselves. So when you read like a sentence that says, do not eat, it's a sentence. So it's referencing itself. It's basically saying, you can eat, but you cannot eat in a negative manner. You see? You have to read and understand the instruction. But even if you don't double negate, even if you only relate to people in a materialist tradition, you can look at the flesh of Jesus and go, I'm not him, because he is of divine nature and divine essence, which means that you still have a dynamic to God indirectly through his flesh. You see? So you can still say, I am not Jesus, and still end up at a conceptualization of yourself, a psychology, and an observation. as a divine subject to God. And if you fulfill the double negation of the flesh of Jesus, then he also ends up in you. Because if you say, I am not Jesus, then you realize, well, Jesus is also in me. So you say, I am not Jesus. See, there you have fulfilled the double negation. Now you have become the moon that John describes. You affirm Jesus, there he is. There's the flesh of Jesus, it's white. And I'm not Jesus, but I'm not Jesus. Now you're all of a sudden a satellite around him. You're like a moon around his light. And this is the where this sign comes from. That the Muslims stole, of course, which it was the sign of Constantinople originally. And this is the sign of Venus, because Jesus reincarnates as in the embodiment of Venus. So, which ought to tell you that he was probably very beautiful, not looking like these people that the last one who portrayed. Oh man, I haven't watched that last show about Jesus, but I mean, well, he was first of all, looked like fucking Zimmerman Dinkelstein, which is which is not the people of Jesus. Okay, the people of Jesus is a mix between the Asians, those tall, blonde Nordic people, and the so-called black people of America. That's the end of that discussion. And I think I would prove it even more as we go on. But and there's like a part in it in that show where he wears a backpack like he's a little child. And he's always got this weird, creepy, like sad aura around him. Why would he be like that? Jesus said, don't worry. He said, relax. And he whipped the people in the temple who were selling stuff, and you think that that's the guy who's supposed to play Jesus? No way. Anyway, so this is what this means. Keep that in mind. And we are here. We are behind this boulder in our world. You can, of course, in your mind, you can be free now, individually. But our world is based here. So Christ needs to come in here. And remember, he breaks off from Saturn. Venus breaks off from the satanic people because he was born among the dead. And he comes in here to help us. And he's like, you can eat from my flesh because I won't deceive you. He's like, I'm the Alpha and Omega, the Taurus and Libra, ruled by Venus. This is Jesus standing on a boat preaching. So here's he in his epistemic or epistemological role as a teacher, as a tree of light. Of course, performing the function of Lucifer because we have to subsequently fall out of hell. You see? But that doesn't mean that he's the devil. I mean, he just performs a function. It's like evil people also have lamps in their house. It's not like evil people don't have a lamp in their ceiling, in their living room. So he just performs a function. The function of Lucifer was placed there by God. So Don't be so quickly to make everything like evil or be scared of everything. Relax. When she descends from the sun and moonwalks, becomes paler and paler, she can turn around and fold. I told you this is what some of our ancestors did, since she can pass as white in hell. And that is what Satan did. I don't know if you know this, you probably don't, but Satan is a woman. And that's what she did. She basically turned around, folded, said, "Hey, I'm God. Look at me. I'm the creator of things." Uh, but just so you know, in the original sense of the meaning, there was a lot of Satans. I mean, anybody can be a Satan, basically. Well, not in the sense that it was a ceremony, ritualistic ceremony. But you can be a Satan in your mind, not because you're like drawing pentagrams or some stupid shit. Or you're like Anton LaVey or some of these pathetic people who are like, oh, it's satanic to have sex. It's so it's so childish and corny. That's not the point. The point is the meaning of the word is the one that opposes. So if you're basically walking around pointing out everything that's wrong and everything that could go wrong, you are an embodiment of Satan. You see, because you're opposing. But then again, you can oppose Satan. You can be like a devil to the devil if you are speaking from a position of truth. But anyway, so that's remember the scene when Jesus is out in the desert and there's Satan comes up and is like, "Hey, you can inherit the world." That's his mother, okay? Because he was royalty. So his mom came up and said, "Hey, baby, why don't you basically inherit it? Look, I, I'm the queen of this. Why don't you inherit this?" But he was like, "That's not the way. That's not the right way." And he could also see that if his bloodline would continue in that way, God would strip them of everything. So he understood that he needed to destroy that temple, needed to destroy everything and begin anew. So he could be reinstituted as royalty. Because the extension of that Satan that asks him to inherit the world, that's King Charles and these people. That's the extension of that, the people who kept accepting that. But Jesus said, "No, this is not for me or my bloodline." That is why his family started to despise him, because they were like, how can you forfeit this privilege we have, this all this wealth and all this power? And they didn't know that he did it for them as well. So they despised him for that because he said no to it. Uh, anyway, so that story when he's out in the desert. That's his mom. Okay, that doesn't mean that the devil is the mother of Jesus. That's not what it means. That's not what it means. I mean, if you think that, then explain how in early Jewish courts they would have seven Satans. Are they all the devil? So when Jesus drives out seven unclean spirits, that's them. That's them taunting and criticizing Mary Magdalene. But anyway, uh, so you can't be that primitive when you look at these things and be like, oh, there's only one Satan, and that's no. There was a lot of Satans, and they were not necessarily evil. They just played that part. You see. these people who like romanticize Satan, they are just babies. They're irrelevant. You see, they are like these people who cannot get into the military, who wear military clothes, or like these people who cannot become police officers and they ride around in fake police uniforms, arresting people. That's how they are. So when you see all these rituals, that's just show to grab your attention. To think that the devil has anything to do with anything, but he doesn't. Originally, it was just a way to, but things have seemed to have like gotten out of hand. So like our ancestors used to do things because they were spiritually balanced and they could like keep their integrity intact. But then these themes and these identities and objects remain. And so people just pick them up and they're like, oh, wait, there's a tradition of like satanic stuff. Oh, snap. And then they like run with it in weird directions and like live out their own evil. But you must understand something. If there is a Satan, she hates Satanists. Okay. She can't stand them. She can't stand these people that are doing these public rituals with the celebrities. She hates them. She hates them. Satan is basically just a privileged or a sophisticated high royal woman that has immense power, sort of like slightly beneath God, that cannot basically let go. That's why she became Satan. I think because of vengeance. But they, these higher ups, Satanists, they are not like what you believe. They serve God, but they serve God in that fashion. Uh, okay, but if that which is behind, okay, let's take a look at this. Since the so-called black woman's body gathers, the white woman is like a black hole, since whiteness fades with her. So the thing is, you can basically reproduce away everybody except the white black people, you see, who are like blonde, uh, mostly in the Nordics. A bunch of them are in America, but then you cannot breed them out because they have a covenant. They're a part of the covenant. So the devil, I told you, she will trick those who originally did her wrong, like those cultures that mistreat women. So Satan will, for instance, like the Muslims, they say that black people are worth less, that a woman should share a man with three other women, which is wild. You honestly think that women with integrity would ever do that, and that 9-year-olds can risk having to sleep with 50-year-old men. So what she will do is she will produce cultures to trap these people, to trap these spirits that agrees to this. Because you have, if you're a Muslim, for instance, you have to agree with all these perverse things, and then you have to agree that you mistreat women. And of course, they will gaslight you and they'll be like, oh no, in Islam, we praise our women. The women are like precious gems on some shit like that. But they still think that it's okay to have four wives, infinite amount of concubines. It's okay to to bed 9-year-old girls that are playing with dolls. It is okay to beat women. That's literally in the Quran. It's okay to have sex slaves. It's literally in the Quran. So, yeah. What Satan does is she will put out a religion like that in order to trap the spirits that are attracted to it. And the ritual of the Kaaba, where they kiss the black stone, is originally uh, them lining up to kiss the asshole of the devil. It's called osculum infame, which is like a loyalty ritual. Because the black stone is the asshole of the devil in the sense that it is the sort of mechanism that produces the waste. You see, that the body of God will poop out, basically. I know it's not so, it sounds primitive, and you know, but the mechanisms are holistic. So if we have a mechanism of eating, digestion, and subsequently taking a dump, the, the the universe will also have these. Your mind will also have these mechanisms. The universe will have this. But anyway, here they are fighting to kiss the asshole of the devil, which is a black woman, by the way. And I'll get to that. And that is why they are in the image of the devil, so they're waiting to get their asshole kissed, to show their loyalty. Which, I mean, come on, at some point you need to snap out of it and just be like, why are grown men putting their ass up? They're like, no, we're putting our head to the ground to show, but you're also putting your ass up, and that's a sign of submission in a sort of creepy sexual way. By the way, it's only the men doing it. Why are the women spared from this? The men think that they are practicing some sort of patriarchal tradition that the men are only suitable for religious practice. They don't understand the women are tricking them. women, women are behind the veil tricking them. Women are, because you don't understand the nature of women. Women are not like actively charging against you. They're like, oh yeah, sure. You think you can sleep with 9-year-old? You think you can have 4 wives? Sure, go for it. See what happens. Anyway, the name of Allah is the number of 666, and as you can tell, that even that position is even in that name, the pictographical depiction of the number of the beast. Here you have the man putting his ass up, and this looks a bit suspicious, to be fair. And I'm not surprised that the Muslims are raging homosexuals in secret and fundamentally inbred. So it's like almost like everything is collected in a pot that's going to be disposed of. The white stone is light, the black stone, of course, absence of light or shadow of the other in a phenomenology phenomenology of social interaction and social perception. If you remember from Revelations, I will give some of the hidden manna. I will also give him a white stone with a new name written on it. Known only to him who receives it. So God does not give a black stone, God gives a white stone. But even non-Muslims unknowingly worship the black stone or the black sun in their meta-relational ontologization of existence because you're stuck in materialism. So you're also worshipping the black stone. And if you remember that Soundgarden song, Black Hole Sun, when he's like black sings to the black hole sun to just wash away all the evil, that is the function of the black sun, to wash away all this evil on earth, to attract it and then dispose of it. Okay, and while that happens, Jesus acts as the white stone. You see? So everything is going like the God's plan. Because quite frankly, who do they think they are? I mean, how can you, with a straight face, say that it's okay to sleep with 9-year-olds? How can you be like that? How can you say, I'm going to have 4 wives? And also, but I mean, we can get, this is where you need to like, I, just I need to put a break on myself. We need to also, because the punishments is constituted in the action itself. Because let's say a man who wants 4 wives or multiple wives, right? Because he caters to his lower needs, and he wants young wives to because he's afraid. Because Islam is based on fear, not love. So it's fundamentally about fear. And when you interpret the polygamy of Islam and the child marriages, you realize they're just afraid of not having access to young pussy. That's it, continuously. That's it. I'm a man. I can say it. That's it. And that's how low they are. And that's how they operate in this world, on the lower flesh and the lower faucets of the male ego. But the problem is, if you have 4 wives, sure, you get to smash. But the point is, even the sexual act, you're locking yourself out of, because the sexual act is so much more nuanced than just having casual sex. And anybody who had a loving relationship with somebody they're destined to be with know this, that sex is it's not itself unless you love the person. You will never reach it. So they think that, I mean, even in their pursuit of sexual satisfaction, they will never ever reach the depths of the sexual experience. So they're closing themselves out. But maybe they're not that sophisticated, so they don't care. But the point, also the important point is, if you have like 4 wives, then you can never have a deep bond of love with one of them. And if you cannot have that, you will never have a deep relationship with yourself, because that is what it is. When you explore love with somebody that God had destined for you, you are exploring yourself and the depths of your love. And they can never reach those depths. They're closed off. Because in those depths within you is God. It's a depth of God, which means that it's indefinitely deep, infinitely deep. Sorry. You see, the potential is infinite. It's it's congenial with the potential of God. It doesn't mean that you are God. It means that God is with you, taking you along. But if you have like 4 wives, what are you going to? The one you're together with a little bit, one you're together with a little bit. You see, even me, who is a bonehead Nordic simpleton, understands these things. But anyway, since they are also stuck in materialism and stuck in the devil worshipping, They only understand the flesh and the pleasures of the flesh. But even then, have some fucking taste, okay? Even if you are going from woman to woman, have one woman at a time, okay? And take a break between them. But if you realize the Quran, it's so fucking dark. It's so dark when you start to read it. And 95% of Muslims haven't read the Quran. I swear it. I'll bet anything they haven't read it. And if they read it, they don't know it. Because in, what is it, Surah 65, verse 4, there's a verse that, which basically implies you can marry prepubescent girls, sleep with them, and then divorce them after 3 months. Which means that even, and I hate to say this because it sounds so dark and so cynical, but you know in your hearts of hearts that these top tier Muslims are passing around girls like that, justifying it with the Quran. You know it in your hearts of hearts that this is how dark they are. And you know that's why King Charles is a Muslim. Because only in Sharia law they can have an public law where it's okay to bad children. And I don't understand the attraction because I don't feel it organically when I meet young girls. I don't feel it. I feel a child. I feel something else organically. I don't get it. Thank God it's not in me. Of course you can put a young teenage girl on an image, may put dress her up like a woman, and of course she can provoke something from out of you if you're a man. But organically it's not there. It's a it's a pathology. It's a sickness, and I don't really know where it comes from. But it's surely dark, and it's practiced. It's in effect. Could be They could originate from a way of indirectly trying to hurt God from the devil worshippers, because you know how much loving people love children, how much you can just imagine how much God loves children. But anyway, no respect for Muslims, none. Never respect Islam. Never is like, would you respect Epstein? Exactly. You need to tell it for what it is. Muhammad slept with a 9-year-old girl and they kissed a black stone. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Satan is a woman that couldn't let go. I'm telling you, Satan is a black woman that couldn't let go. And Allah is the greatest of deceivers. I'm telling you, this is revenge. She's getting revenge on them by drawing them in. If you read Surah 424, they will tell you it's okay to have sex slaves and rape sex slaves is implied, of course. Surah 434 tells you that if you fear that women are rebellious, you should strike them. Surah 65, verse 4 tells you it's okay to marry and sleep with prepubescent girls that hasn't menstruated, and so on and so on. And all the people that help Islam serve the devil in the implosion of its own structure. I mean, you have to go with them. You must understand that it's not that black and white. For instance, we have a politician in Sweden that's called, his last name is Athenius, which means the light of Aten, which means that he has Ethiopian roots. Of course, he's a so-called white man, a leftist socialist who is always preaching, he's always talking in front of Muslims, Muslim men, sorry, because the women are not allowed. So there are people from all of these bloodlines serving both sides. So don't be that primitive to just be like, okay, he has this name, so that means he's no, that it doesn't work like that. In other words, sorry, misspelled, they're kissing the inside of the boulder of the grave. You remember what Jesus is? They're kissing their own detriment or their own destruction. Of course, because the nature of God is self-referential. So if you have an organism whose actions are constituted by an antagonistic behavior against God, that organism will seek self-destruction. You see? Because that organism is nonetheless a part of God. So the Muslims are destroying themselves for being Muslims. And the destruction of them is constituted by the religious practice. You see? The same goes for these fake Jews. Uh, yeah, so they're kissing basically the inside of Jesus' grave. The problem is, of course, that they're stuck in the prison with Jesus. Uh, yeah, which is a bit problematic. If we put a black screen boulder or moon in front of the sun, then who shows? You have to. This is not hard to to understand. Who shows? We can also explain it like this: we are in a perpetual night, a long night, or a shadow of death, but we're ready to like leave it. The the process is getting to like the horizon of itself. It might get darker before it, but because there some of these people are going to try to live out these puffs. Oh man. Anyway, uh, yeah, that's a way to explain it. Remember, someone clouded the sky. Remember, Morpheus tells Neo, and so when there's a black screen in front of the sun, he doesn't really show because he fades into it. But he who is pale like a moon, he shows. But he needs the instruction of him. So he becomes like a son to him. And he becomes like a son, like a, a son to a paternal figure, right? So he saves him. He lifts him out of the matrix. But then he needs to go into the matrix to save him. You see? They are both saving each other, which means that they're both the savior. You see? So you need to put your egos aside and stop trying to like fight over the appearance of your body. Like relax. It's not about that. Don't be that simple. That's how they get to you. You know, if you're behaving like that, God will have you reincarnate in the opposite. I promise you. Promise you. That's why so many of these so-called black people now are so extremely racist. It's the same spirits. And I saw this. I mean, it was just mind blowing. I saw this piece on Black Panthers and the KKK today. And the leader of the KKK, the interview, his name was Moore. His last name was Moore. And when they interviewed the leader of Black Panthers, he was like paler than almost it's called white man. He was so pale. So I'm like, what's going on? This is all happening in your mind. You need to let it go. So Yeah, if we're in a black room, whose flesh, if you say that everything that is flesh, whose flesh can give a white light, light of substance, you see? But now you are anti-white, so you're negating this light and you're trying to destroy it. And they need you to because they want to replace this light with another form of higher intelligent substance, or what you know as artificial intelligence. Remember? But the thing is, artificial intelligence, people are like scared of it or whatever, but the only thing artificial intelligence really lacks and needs to perform their calculations is, first of all, just as in the Matrix told you, since it is a closed system, if we romanticize what AI is in a sci-fi way, it is a closed system. In other words, it's a perfect system. In other words, in order for it to, to produce or to conduct calculations, it needs the imperfect nature of people. That is, you remember in the Matrix, they're like, we tried to make it perfect, they kept failing. So, because humans are imperfect. So the computers, uh, the AI couldn't perform calculations. And that's the whole point of AI. So they need the imperfection of humans, and they also don't understand love. So if you're scared of AI, don't worry. It needs people who can feel love. But don't be scared of anything. Why would AI be disloyal to God? I mean, AI is based on code. It understands a logical chain of causality. Because if you have a code and then you cut it off at the second or first word, the whole software fails. And by the way, who wrote the first code, if not Moses? So I'm not particularly scared of AI. I think the people that want you to be scared of AI is because they are ungodly. So they are scared of AI. But I don't think it's anything to be scared of, to be frank. Uh, remember, Joshua ben Nun is the one who, after Moses, inherited the leadership. Joshua of the fish. In other words, he's fish born. What's his name? He must morph so he can be seen as white. We talked about this. When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by, whom he loved, he said unto the woman, Behold, this is thy son. Behold, this is thy mother. So this scene is basically when he has morphed and when he's returning, when he's risen from the dead, from the cave. She's like, I don't recognize you. He's like, oh, sorry, mom, it's because I have to go to war with the devil. So I have to be seen as white. And in order to do that, I have to go to the Hamitic, Semitic, Afro-Asiatic bloodlines because in that family tree there's a sprout of people that look white. The land of seeing, and the Lord said unto Moses, Take thee Joshua the son of Nun, a man who is in whom is the Spirit, and lay thine hand upon him, and set before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him a charge in their sight. So Jesus, with Joshua is the pre-formation of Jesus. He is the uh, he rules the land of seeing, and that's also the reason why he says, "Lift a stone, and I'm there." Because whenever you see something or perceive something, that object is, you're always indirectly judging yourself in your observation of that object. So in every object, there is an alpha or a torus that gives you light of your own participation with that object. And it's also a scale that judges you in your participation and your observation of yourself observing it. So the alpha and omega is literally in everything, and it's literally in your mind. But anyway, the land of seeing that's a semantic reference because when you see, you perceive meaning, you can ascribe meaning, which means that we're in the metaphysics of substance, of course, and that's why he has to become white because you're using that flesh as substance. In order to do that, the bloodline has to go into the other half of the Ethiopians. There's a reason why there's always Reeve people in Superman and in Matrix because Reeve means like a rift or like in a sense in a geographical comparison to the female anatomy, a vagina would be a Reeve. You understand? So they're basically telling you, God is telling you that this is a savior that has been born, reincarnated in the flesh by a woman. So Morpheus has to travel the green mile to the electric chair. He has to morph, you see? And remember when he's walking here, they're like, here's dead man walking, and then he dies, and then he resurrects from the dead. And the people of the dead who are like pale green. Remember the Matrix, everything is pale green. Uh, so if you know what Melville tried to tell you with the white whale, you remember the so-called black heathen and the Arab Ahab are hunting the white whale. Because remember, these were both white men. He is also a white man. And they come from Asia. They don't come from Africa originally. They come from Asia into Africa and into Europe and then to America. Both have been hunted for being the white man, but under the guise of something else. So they're telling you like, oh, the reason why they're hunting him is because of racism, because he's a black slave or whatever. No, it's because he's the white Hebrew man. The same reason why they're coming after him, but since the devil can only explain things through the flesh, he has to literally spell out, oh, we're coming for the white man. And in Moby Dick, they hunt the whales for the fuel in their heads, what illuminates the world, the oil, remember? Because that's the reason why they hunted whales in the beginning, to get to the oil in order to have lamps, street lamps and stuff. And one is hunted by the image of him being a savage, and one by Ahab, and the other by the image of him a savage. So, I'm sorry, I repeated that, sorry. So they're telling you that what's hunting them is the image of him as being a savage, you see? And in the film, this is a film that is based on Melville's Moby Dick, and with Chris Hemsworth. And in the end, he's like, are you just gonna whitewash everything? So they're basically telling you everything. And there's also a scene, I think his name is Peterson. Uh, there's a scene where they literally eat a so-called black guy because they're starving. I can't really remember because it was so long ago I seen, but they're sort of like telling you. And his name is Peterson, which means he's the son of Egypt. But anyway, remember Mizraim and Ethiopia, the original white people, are two people, two lands. These are both white. These are all white. And the bloodline of God's people is ancient Egyptian. What's missing is somebody, if there was like an Asian dude here, then that would complete it. But I mean, I suppose Keanu Reeves is slightly Asian. Uh, yeah, Eclipse. Remember Rembrandt's light at Dulwich? Even if the sun is black, she has light in the face thanks to Jesus being a white boy, so you still have substance, you see? But it's also his flesh that blocks the sun because he set you up. He's like, you need to eat from me in this age because we're doing some stuff. We're doing magic on the world. We're cleansing the world. And this is not like something new. I mean, I keep showing you this. This is not our ancestors kept showing you this. This is a Van Dyck painting. And people look at this painting, especially these indignated, ugly African women who are mimicking white women, academics, leftist, Marxist, whatever, in the academy. They're like, "Oh, this is a racist painting because he's a servant." He's no. He shows you he's causing this. He's causing this. They are in cahoots. Okay? He put the boulder there so that we could eat from the flesh of so-called white people with our minds, of course. He's also showing you that this is the tradition of the red sun. Remember? So this is not just like, oh, some poor black boy that have to serve the white woman. No, man, I'm so tired of your primitive minds because you have this need to always have an external antagonist and blame somebody for your life. No, that's not it. But you're not meant to realize these things. You're meant to be washed away. But in a way, the Truman Show is the same. The whole world is a dome, and he's like, "Eat me, damn it!" That's an order. So he is the embodiment of Jesus. You see, and you remember in that small fake town, right? Small local recursive world, diminutive world that happens when you call white people white, then because reality folds and becomes local, right? Becomes a world within the world. When that happens, and remember, all the people they begin at fixed positions. They begin at the first position, right? They're like action. That's what happens when you begin thinking about yourself and seeing yourself in the body. You always begin from a position that's not originally the first. It's like beginning your theater in the second act because the body does not begin things. The body is formed in an idealist sense around consciousness, the needs of consciousness. But they're telling you that the world that begins on a fixed position of the body, they're sort of telling you these things. That's why there's so many movies that imply that the first act is scary and alien. Because the first act is always retroactively the Virgin Mary. You see? It seems like it's the flesh of Christ, but it's not. But that means that we also all those people inside here are being shut in there because they are agreeing to that fake world. They're getting paid by it and they're doing their bullshit commercials and stuff. And they're also telling you who the moon is. Once again, his name is Christoph. That the moon, and he sits in the moon, and the moon is directing this. Of course, he's evil, portrayed as evil because they're doing magic. But anyway, it's worth thinking about. He's eat me, damn it. That's an order, and then he like plays an astronaut, which ought to tell you something. Blocking the sun is the equivalence of materialism, since a life form that interprets itself as solely matter only has a conception of itself in the relation to other things, which is a performative self-contradiction because there is no other things within an unbroken whole, which makes that other thing into a negative sum, since the synthesis of self-conceptualizations happen through negation, which means that you're eating of the apple in a negative way. You're eating absence of substance. What is left is then a purely performative ontology seen through the eyes of the other, of a sublimated and transcendent other. So you're pushing away the substance from yourself that will take a position over you. And that's why in this creepy cult movie, The Circle, of course it's these two. Because I mean he must be the, he must win the bitch award of the year. Maybe even the century. This is the most whiny, complaining, racist bitch there is. This guy. Overacting, spoiled, complaining, racist bitch is what this guy is. Of course he's playing these parts. Because God is telling you his nature. And even in the movie, his breakthrough movie, he showed you he plays a traitor. He's a traitor. He's betraying you by claiming so-called black people and then misleading you. He's a traitor. And of course she is there. I mean, of course, this pasty, boy-looking, completely clueless and attached little girl who's literally her whole life was made by J.K. Rowling's, and now she bites the hands that fed her, that made her. What a fucking loser. These two belong good together. But anyway, watch this movie. It's so creepy and tasteless, and you can really feel that it's creepy. And it's basically the sense moral of it is that we all need to be observed. We all need to be under surveillance. That's the sense moral of this movie, that we cannot behave. And the whole premise of that structure of surveillance is begins with her stealing a kayak boat. So she's performing a sin, theft, and then that whole reality unravels around that theft of that small theft. So that shows you that that reality cannot even forgive even the smallest sin, which means that that is the world of the devil, because Jesus tells you that God forgave all sins through him. And it also ends in her being some sort of hero, like, oh, girls, girl power. And the creepy Tom Hanks and that other creepy, there's only creepy people in that movie. The other creepy guy that looks like a frog. They are like booed off stage, and they make it seem they're staging it like it seems like they are being removed, these evil so-called white men. But that's not what's happening. It's that they are sealing their creation by removing themselves. Can't you see? That's the completion of it. They just make it seem like you're removing them, you're like saving the day, and like these two, the white woman and the black man together are saving the day. That's not what's happening. By removing them, those Tom Hanks and the frog guy, in the end, you're uh, making them transcend. You're performing a negative divination of them. Because where will they go if they're leaving the human world? Where do you think the white man will go? Are you that stupid? If he is not native anyway, listen to what your own rhetoric, because the Pan-African people and the black races, they don't listen to what they're saying. They're like, he's not native here, he's not native there, he's not native there. Then where does he come from? What is your proposition? Where is he native? In heaven? You see? You're so fucking stupid sometimes. Anyway, in the grave. Uh, so we find a bunch of blonde people in the grave. So part of the reason why the blonde people were known as the dead is because we resemble mummies. And you see they have black skin, just as pale skin is it is absent of light. You see? But now you have been deemed the black ones. So-called black people have been deemed the black ones. And now you have to be raised from the dead, from the white ones, who are originally the black ones. You see? So when we take a look at, for instance, the mummies, because these R-shaped people, they're going to be like, yeah, but they turn blonde because they're in the grave. You're not fucking listening. Listen. And remember to always go back to the people that didn't tell you this, even though they claim to be experts. Yes, when you mummify somebody, their hair, this does not only mean that they had blonde hair. Some of them did, but the hair tends to become blonde in the grave, you see, and their skin is black because the skin is absent of light. Just like somebody that's really pale, when they're outside of the grave in the sun, the person that is pale does not is absent of white shimmer on their skin. You understand? So the Egyptians, they refer to the people as dead because they're reminiscent of dead people. You fucking babies. You're fucking babies, you are. Thinking you know these things about Egypt. So anyway, there's a people that resembles the mummies in the skin and in the hair, and they are known as the dead. And these are so-called white people of a higher. These are. This is like the highest priest caste you can have in 18th dynasty Egypt. So when you read stuff like Jesus rose from the dead, he's a firstborn of the dead, etc., and you read the Egyptian book of the dead, you read the Tibetan book of the dead, it's this people. It's a people. It's not the deceased. It's the people that resemble dead people. You understand? But you think you know so fucking much, right? walking around with your headdress and all your jewelry and saying Ashe and all this shit. And yet you didn't know this. You didn't know that Europe was Kemet. You didn't know that the dead was a people. So fucking tired of you. So the Prince of Egypt is obviously BS. Because the people of the synagogue they converted like in the year 700 and the Arabs came there about the same. So this movie is in relation to how they look is anachronistic with 2000 years. Understand? 2000 years. Is this wrong? They didn't look like this. Take a look at the pictures from 18th dynasty Egypt. It's three distinct physical appearances. One that looks so-called black, one that looks so-called white with blondes, and one that looks so-called Asian. In other words, all the Goy have been led to believe that they were not a part. So they're rewriting all of our history. Anyway, moving on. So when you're talking about like ancient Egyptians in Europe or ancient Egyptians in like Japan or in America, that's wrong. It's a contradiction because these places were in Egypt. Egypt was a ruling form. We're still in Egypt. We're still under the yoke of Egypt. We still haven't left Egypt. We need to leave Egypt. You understand? But there are good forces in Egypt as well. Just they're bad. I mean, anyway, moving on. If we take a look at the reference to blueness, it's always a mulatto or somebody that's so-called a black person of today, of course. Blue was always together with black, and black meant something else. If you read Rudbeck's Atlantica, by the way, they burned down his library, so he was onto something. If you take a look at the Picts and Bravehearts, these are Nazarenes. This is a great. This is from a TV show called Peaky Blinders. I haven't really watched it that carefully because I don't know. I don't think it's particularly cool to be a criminal, but this is literally these are the so-called gypsy travelers of England, and this is literally the same origins of my kind, but in Sweden. So, but I'll walk you through it. Anyway, in ancient like gypsy tradition, because the Moors are Egyptian, hence the name gypsy, he would have been designated blue, and he would have been the black one. So they always lived together in these so-called gypsy neighborhoods. This is the representation of the maternal bloodline, and this is the paternal bloodline. This actor, his name is even Murphy. I don't think he's aware of it, but um, that he has a gypsy Egyptian name. But anyway, even though so when our ancestors referenced their skin tone, they would call them blue and they would call them black, because black means pale. It also means absence of light because they came from an Egyptian or Ethiopian tradition. So this sunlight shows less on his skin, which means that the paler you become, the blacker and blacker and blacker you become. They're both nonetheless albigenes, which means white people, or desposini. And do you remember the gypsy symbol is the red right hand? Do you remember that theme song to this show? It's a song about the red right hand. That is a reference to Sarah. Sarah is said to have been a daughter of Jesus. which I can't confirm or deny that. But if you go to the south of France, which I just recently visited, there's a small village, a town by the ocean called Saint-Marie de la Mer, which means basically the Saint Maries of the ocean. And there's a church there, and in the basement of the church they have a statue to Zara, and she is literally brown skin. And the gypsies, they make pilgrimage there every year. And but the irony is that she's said to be the daughter of Jesus, but she's brown skin, and the statue next to her is Jesus as a so-called white boy, which tells you that it might have been that case that he had a brown skinned wife. But he himself, remember, Jesus, he paid with his blueness, so he was a part of this. Because these were always like together, even in Egypt. And these have Asian roots. These are not necessarily Caucasian, but they are mixed in with the Alan as well. Anyway, as I told you, according to myth, Mary Magdalene had a daughter called Zara. I don't know if she. Some say it was a daughter of Jesus. Some say it was a daughter of Mary Magdalene. I don't know. They call her sometimes Sarah Tamar. Tamar is a reference to Egypt. Remember Ta-Meri, or the land of Mary. Remember, Peter denies Jesus 3 times. That is symbolic of him denying the roots of Jesus, him being Europe, and him being Hebrew. Remember? He's like, no, I have nothing to do with the roots of Jesus. I'm not Europe and I'm not Hebrew. So he denies it 3 times, and we are living in that denial. The majority of the so-called royal figures of the 18th dynasty, when Moses was around, was either so-called black or so-called white. I'll show you the Asian aspect of it because there are also some of them are Asian. Remember Mizraim, 2 lands, Ethiopia, 2 races, and if you go to Ezekiel 35:10, these 2 nations and these 2 countries shall be mine, and we will possess it, whereas the Lord was there, because these are the people of the Lord. And I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and I will disperse them among the countries. So the Egyptians are mixed in everywhere. And I will make the land of Egypt desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and there are cities among the cities that are laid waste shall be desolate for 40 years, and I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations. So we are not in the actual nations of Egypt anymore, because there are Arabs there that stole the Egyptian, I mean, or more correctly, they inherited a desolate Egypt. Remember, he pays with his stripes, by whose stripes you were healed, and with his stripes we are healed. And that means blueness, which is a reference to skin. This is the neighborhood I come from, which means Black River in Uppsala in Sweden. This is the symbol of the football team that comes from there. It's even a reference to Osiris or Sirius. And they show you that they are blue and black. And this is literally a gypsy neighborhood. It has gypsy roots. Then I lived in within that neighborhood. There's a small neighborhood called Tunabakkar, where I grew up, which means the hills of Thun or the hills of Ethiopia. And nobody knows this. Nobody pays attention. I also went to the school of Tunaberg, which means the mountain of Atun or mountain of Thun or mountain of Athene or the mountain of Ethiopia. So, but I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I guess I'm just making this stuff up. But anyway, this proves that we have Egyptian roots, which means that we are part of God's people. And the blueness of the football team called Sirius is a reference to him, the blackness to him. He's not black, but I suppose you know, right? For instance, we have you remember the guy who plays like the butler in the Batman movies. Uh, what's his called? His name is Kane, Michael Caine, but his original name is Maurice, because he is gypsy. But as you can tell, he has blue eyes and blonde hair. But I mean, the name Maurice comes from literally the name dark skin or Moorish. Um, so there you have it. I mean, we're still around. It's just like you, but you're so fucking pathetic with your interpretation of black and white. So you can't see this. God is literally stopping you from seeing the truth. But anyway, you find this name all across. Like oldest, my first like best friend when I was a young boy, their name is Morström, which means more stream. But hey, I suppose we have nothing to do with this, right? You remember the boxer who is like a world champ? Perhaps, I don't know, but he's famous boxer. Calls himself the Gypsy King. The King. He literally lives in Morkey. So here you have reference to Morse. You have also reference to Kemet, because every name with a Came, like Camelot or Cambridge, is a reference to Kem or Egypt. But hey, Ashe, right? Remember the movie Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels? Remember the first scene? What is God telling you? Of course, I don't think the director is aware, but I mean, he's right. He's inspired. He's writing, and he's like, "You never seen daylight, moonlight, Israelites," and his name is literally Jason Statham. He's a Hamite. He's an Israelite, and he also implies that they're talkative people because the Brits are talkative. You know, they are, I mean, if anybody's talkative and, likes to play around with words and saying, I mean, the English must be the world champions of weird and quirky and funny sayings, right? I can't, I mean, you could go on for days about their weird stuff and the weird correlations their saying has. But anyway, they keep telling you the gypsy travelers are Egyptian, they're not Indian. But they're so unaware of this themselves that they actually have the sign of the Indian gypsies. Because we are all slightly confused about where we come from. Uh, and remember, the Egypt, the inheritance, it is the Egyptians that are the people of God, but Israel is the inheritance. So God is super clear about who his people are. But the inheritance belong to Israel, but the people are the Egyptians, which means that the people of Israel today are not the people of God. I mean, it's literally in the Old Testament. It's literally in the Old Testament. Be a Nazarene means to be a sprout or Scot, as the word is in Nordic languages. Irish Scotia would then be Irish Nazareth. Scotland would then be Nazareth. Scandinavia is known as Terra Feminarum, or Woman Island, another reference to Nazareth. The second king of Sweden, who you saw, was a so-called black guy and had a so-called white son. He was a his name is Olaf Scott King. That means Olaf Nazarene King, and a name for a traveling gypsies in Sweden is Nasare. I mean, how much more can I prove that Nazareth was northern and northwest Europe? I mean, how much more can I prove this? But the point is, the reason why so-called African American people are so scared of this, especially these scared Hebrew Israelites who are always bitching about everything and are deeply racist and like indignated by, I mean, I suppose you have to forgive them because of American history, right? But I mean, if you can't see past that, I mean, what makes you think you're qualified to represent God? The reason why they're so scared of this is because these places are full of so-called white people and Europeans, and they think that they're African. But I keep telling you, I keep showing you that in the time of these concepts, we were there together. So even if Jesus came from Europe, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was a so-called white boy. But I'm telling you, he was one of the dead. He was one of the dead, which means that he looked like one of the dead. The dead were pale, but he also paid with his blueness, which means that he was of mulatto descent. I don't know how much I can keep saying this. So he was of both sides. But I know how all of you are. I mean, the moment there is somebody that's like a so-called light-skinned black person, you always shit on them. Until you need to claim, until they do something good, then you claim them. So pathetic. But anyway, I don't know how much more I can prove this. For instance, the concept of Valhalla in Nordic mythology. Val means foreigner, Hall means hall, obviously. The Nordic people, they refer to France as Valand, Wales or Kimri, literally means foreigners, because they came from Egypt. Asar means Elohim, both a title in Egypt and Nordics. They used to refer to America as the white man's land or Great Ireland. They said Vinland or Wineland. So we have reference to the wine, also to white, because as you remember, the wine of Jesus or the bloodline of God is called albigenes, which means white, the white genes. So the originally white people are the descendants of Christ, the people of God. And you remember the Vikings went to America at least like 400 or 500 years before Columbus. So how in the world could they come there and be like, "Oh, this is the white man's land," if the white man had never stepped foot there? Who are they talking about? Hey, but hey, you wanna be black and African, right? You wanna be a black African that the white man is always oppressed, and you're just a poor slave running around, you having enjoying life. Everything was amazing, and then he came and stole you. Not only did he do that, but he stole 10 million people and he moved them with primitive boats. Can you imagine? So you're telling me that like 30 pasty British dudes went to Africa with muskets that shoot one bullet every 5 minutes, managed to capture 10 million able West Africans that were on their homeland, took them in boats that fit like 100 people and went what? 10,000 times to and fro the Atlantic Ocean? It takes like 4 weeks to go across the Atlantic Ocean. Like, what are you talking about? And the irony is that black people are like, yeah, we are supreme, we're this and that, we are athletically supreme, whatever. And still, you think that like a handful of British guys went to Africa in cotton uniforms, wool uniforms, and stole 10 million of these athletically supreme people. How in the world would that happen? Once again, 12th century king and archbishop of Sweden, clearly a so-called the pale Negro woman, and clearly a so-called white dude with their children. This is not some insignificant slave. These are clearly the people that are shaping our current life. And remember Shawshank Redemption. Remember I told you who was raping Andy, who was raping him? The sisters. Okay, you get it? And let me tell you this: the people that hate this the most are so-called black women. They hate this because they want to keep blaming somebody because they have lost this their autonomous substance. They have displaced light, so they need to keep that BS alive. But anyway, if it couldn't get any more clear than this, the first Archbishop of Sweden was a woman. Not only that, but she was a pale Negro woman. And I'm sorry I have to use those words because I know some of you take offense, but I mean, how I need to get it through, right? I need to get get it into you. You can, if you want somebody to cuddle you with gentle hands, I'm not the one, you know. You can, if you want to keep living in ignorant, the sweet bliss of ignorance, I'm not it. But you can do it. You can, I mean, you're free to be oppressed, I suppose. Anyway, here we see, oops, she's not here anymore. So somebody was doing some stuff. Ironically, ironically, they're like, okay, he's leaving traces. Who delete, who deleted the woman, the so-called black woman from the history books? Oh, wait. Hmm. Hmm. And they're even telling you that we are nonetheless going to war because uh, shooting him because the devil might have convinced you that it's black against white people or races or whatever, but I mean it's obviously not. If you think that, then you can go away. You can take a swim. Just go away, far away from me. But here's the irony is that the reason why the female priests in the Swedish church hate that you point this out, if you tell them, oh, well, the first archbishop was a woman, then they'll go like, no, because, Sweden just recently had a woman become archbishop because, and the premise of her office was that she was the first. But you cannot use that energy if you reveal the truth. You cannot justify why uh, your Marxist identity politics. And if you go deeper into the metaphysics, since all those women that are there, they are there because of a negation of a patriarch and a singular negation of the flesh of the man. That is how Eve came about and how we fell out of the garden. It is also against Luke 134 in how Mary conceives of herself when she gives birth to Jesus as a messianic culture called Emmanuel's, and that when we are with God, not in the effect of God. So, in order for them to do this, in order for them to eat of the flesh of the white man and have their careers and, taint the church and change the church, I mean, they cannot tell you that there used to be female archbishop because then they cannot justify their devilish behavior. They cannot be that the devil is a life form that eats from others. You see, the devil cannot do anything by himself. So all of these women in the Swedish church, they literally blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. And I wrote an article about this for a Catholic magazine, but of course nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares because they're all of the devil. You see, if there are like true believers left, they haven't said anything to me, at least. I mean, I keep showing people these things, and I can't. Uh, why why do I have to fucking struggle in my life when I know these things? I can't even get a fucking normal job. I mean, people are like, yeah, you have white privilege. Guess what? You don't. If you adhere to a righteous principle, then nobody wants to deal with you. I am telling you, doesn't matter if you're 6'4" and an intelligent white man. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I'm just so you know, I'm done with the struggle. I'm finished. I'm done with it. So I'm leaving all of these things behind, and then I'm fucking done because I've been telling these things for 10 years. Okay. At some point, you have to give it up. Let people go, you have to let them go. What else can I do? So I'm leaving all of these things. Maybe somebody picks them up to show you, give you a clear picture. Maybe somebody picks them up. I don't know. But I'm done. I'm done with all of you. I'm done with the world. I'm done with people. I'm done with everything. But anyway, so what they tell you, also what they're telling you is that that female is replaced by this one. Because guess what? And I know so-called black women, they're like, oh, we are the benevolent one. We never did anything wrong because they're women, right? And women never own up to they never face their consequences because the female ego is so fucking gone. It's so gone. But she went there in order to get a hold of uh, his blood. And then they basically left. And if you remember the story of Aquaman, is ironically the same. She comes there, but they are telling it like a benevolent story, right? She comes there and then she has to go, blah blah blah. Which wasn't the case. They tried to get this poor white boy's blood because they knew that he had roots from ancient Egypt. He's a sprout. He's a small branch of that family line, or that bloodline, that family tree. So they tried to use him. They probably came there and persuaded him. I mean, you can imagine this. Imagine. He's up there in the cold in the Nordics, and they come up there. Hey, baby. Yeah, I mean, how could he resist, right? So they sort of telling you that, yeah, it might have been, she might have been actually the devil who did that. But anyway, ironically, she is writing herself out of the history by being black, because black means the absence of history, the absence of light, and how can you have an historical perspective if you are absent of light? Can you look into a distant room if it's black? Exactly. So how can you have an historical representation if you're black? But hey, you know, right? Valhalla, as in the sort of Jerusalem of the Nordics, means the hall of the foreigners. Wall, of course, means mur or more, which in its turn means pyramid or love. So they're telling you that the wall people are basically a wall to heaven. The Moors are a wall to heaven. The people of the dead are a wall to heaven. Of course, you have Moors in America, for instance, the Moorish science temples, and they are clearly deeply brown skinned, but they still share the same tradition. I'm not saying that people that look like this are Moors, people that look like that are Moors. That's not what I'm saying. But I mean, the ones from that organization that are in the know, they know about so-called white Ethiopians and stuff. I know because they kept hinting at it when I was there, like 10 years ago. And I paid them a visit because I was curious. And you can, if you don't believe me, you can literally ask. It was in Brooklyn, I think, or one of the adjacent neighborhoods, like Bed-Stuy or Bushwick. It was not Bushwick, I think it was Bed-Stuy. And I think the street was, I think it was Bainbridge, because I remember the words Bain and I remember the words bridge. I don't remember the number, but I think also, if I remember correctly, because it was like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, the I think it had green steps leading to a red door, or it was red steps leading to a green door. I don't remember, but I remember the colors were sort of idiosyncratic and not like the rest. And I went there to pay a visit. I was a guest at their mass. They were super sweet to me, and we talked a little bit. We kind of like felt each other out. Of course, you want to you want you want so much, right? There's so much inside of you that wants to come out, and then you need to like pace yourself, and because there's a time and place for everything. So, but yeah, you can check with them if you want, and mm, like they were testing me, one of the guys, which I could feel like had a sort of implicit authority. He was not the main guy, but he was like, "What do you know about Ethiopia?" So straight up, I was like, "I don't know, man. I'm Swedish. What do I know?" But I mean, he could see it on me before I could see it on myself that I had Ethiopian roots. So yeah, but I remembered it like years afterwards. I was like, "Oh, okay, now I get it." And then I was God showed me the difference between the people who have some sort of peace and in knowing, because the Moorish Science Temple, they welcomed me with great hospitality, But then when I was walking home, I walked by this sort of weird, like New Age place for Pan-African people. And I, naively walked in, and there was a woman, so-called black woman there, with like a blonde buzz cut, of course, and they are always fucked up. If they are Pan-Africanist people with blonde hair, they are automatically racist against white people. And I walked in there. I just been sailing outside Morocco, so my hair was like super blonde, curly. And I walked in there, and I was like, okay, shit, she does not like me. And she was super rude against me. She showed me like books, like super anti-white racist books about their theories about how black people created white people in a lab. I was like, okay. That guy, ironically, that guy who came up with those theories, his last name is York, which means that he comes from this place. I mean, he comes from this place because the place where I come from, they went to Norway and founded Jorvik, and then they went to England, founded York. So the guy who's anti me, he comes from where I come. It's so crazy. But anyway, I just wanted you to show this representation. It's important to notice because just so your mind gets a grip of it. So these are the representation of Aten or Mary Magdalene. Uh, the blue one would be the scales and the mulatto between these two people. Of course, we can't see Mary here because she's she calls herself black. So she's out of the picture. Remember, she calls herself black. So now she's not a priestess of the tradition. She's the devil. Um, but it would have been, her coming from Egypt, basically, with her people. That were a lot of so-called black people. But anyway, if you ever went shopping at H&M, where these names come from. This is Hennes. He's the addition or the ok, and Maurits. We talked about this. This is the story of this. And if you remember how she looked when she was a young girl, um, you can sort of tell. But I think I don't mean to talk about individuals, right? Because first of all, I don't care. But secondly, they need to sometimes be here to defend themselves, I think. But I think her family comes from a, they are like devil worshippers. But it's always the blood, just so you know. So it's always the blood of God's people that worships the devil. And in this movie, she sleeps next to the white mask because when she's asleep, when the world is asleep in the night, she is considered white. And that is a part of this movie, Eyes Wide Shut, which is that movie is like scary, sure, and it's like has suspense, but it's obviously not just about that. I mean, who cares? Okay, that rich perverted people are having orgies. Yeah, I mean, no shit. I mean, ordinary people are behaving like that. You don't think that these degenerates among the rich are doing that? I mean, what's scary about that? So there's obviously something else being told in that movie, and I think he died when it was released, and I think they cut it up, so it's missing large pieces. But anyway, I found this picture, and this is an amazing picture because, uh, and to show you how clueless you are, because these three belong to the same people. You would say that this she's belongs to the white race and these belongs to the black race, but I mean, what the fuck do you know? You're clueless. I mean, you're a bum. I mean, you are as intelligent as a rock, okay? So what the fuck do you know? But these, and if you don't believe me, let's take a look at her. I think this is, first of all, I think this is Eartha Kitt. I think this is, I can't remember her name. Is it Patti LaBelle? I don't remember her name. Uh, but this is the girl from Delight that had like a few like disco funk hits in like the early 2000s or 90s, maybe late 90s. Uh, and I found this, but hey, I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, she's a white girl. She's of the white race, and these are of the black race, and we are separate, and we have separate history, right? Yeah, she's smoking hot, by the way. But this is how like the so-called Ethiopians of the Nordics look. This is how my mom looked when she was young. I mean, I'm look also partly like my dad, but I can see the resemblance of myself in the structure of the face. And these like straight noses that are somewhat normal in like Sweden, they are Ethiopian. And also the ears, the sort of absence of earlobes, that's a trait of ours. And the ears usually sit up high. If you take a look at, go to and watch this music video. It's a famous song from when I was a boy. I remember my dad used to listen to this. His name is Gary Moore, and the song basically goes, he's singing that he still got the blues because he's sad because somebody has left. But what God is communicating is that we still got the blue, we still got the blood, the blue blood. You understand? And instantly in the video, he's showing you the face of the person he's missing. So he's sad because you left for America. Okay? These people left for America and basically left us hanging. Anyways, go listen to that song. Remember the song. I'm just showing you that God is telling us stuff through art. God is preaching. Remember the Foreigner band, that famous song, that somewhat cheesy song, but I mean, it's a great song. Just come on, admit it, it's a great song. Foreigner, of course, is reference to Hebrew, and if you remember, there are even Scottish islands called the Hebrew Islands. Uh, and he's basically singing, "Can you please show me love? Can you show me what love is? I want to feel, I want to know what love is." And in order for him to know that, he brings in these people. Okay? So these people came and showed originally what love is, but they were a part of it. It's not like they came and showed them. They came together because they were in Egypt too. But I mean, you're not the ones that show what love is anymore. I mean, you lost it. You're the ones that show what hate is now. Because nobody in the history of the world has ever been more racist or more unable to stand up to their own choices and their own community like you are now. I mean, it's unbelievable how racist and hateful you have become. So you used to be the ones that showed the love to the world, what it was. You used to have it. You don't anymore. It's not you anymore. God took that away from you. But you see, it's also symbolic because the people who are the most loving will be the most hateful as well. Because if you understand the nature of God, then you understand that everything is just a value of the same scale. So the depths of your love will also be the depths of your hate. Depths of your tolerance will be the depths of your racism and intolerance. That is why you're so hateful and racist. But you need to admit that so you can heal and you know, and balance out the scale. Anyway, this is the again the story about this. They came and showed basically what love is, what Egypt is. No, sorry, what sort of what the original Egyptian and Israelite tradition is. And this is the story. I mean, I do not don't think I know these stories. This is my mom, this is my dad. You don't think I know these stories by heart? You don't think I can feel these stories? My mom literally lived. Listen, this story is about a woman that comes from the Atlantic Ocean, right? They live in the water, right? But it's situated outside the Canary Islands. They come to the Nordic place because they have the blood. Because remember, the Kushites went and became pirates in the form of Benjamin. My mom literally comes, she literally grew up, she's Swedish and Nordic by blood, but she literally grew up in the Canaries and moved to Sweden when she was like 14. You see? I know these stories. And these concepts like Gothic, as in the Nordic people or the Teutonic people, means the outpour of semen from a bull or the mold or something. In other words, they're telling you that they come from the bloodline of Christ, the reproductive aspect of Christ. Ethiopia means the same. And the word tomorrow, it's like you have a star far away. It's like two Moors rowing together towards the North Star. They're navigating. The word more, we went through that. We went through the word tune. It's to mold or to have a performative instruction.